Welcome to the February 5th, 2020 Ashland Select Board meeting. Is there anyone recording the meeting this evening? Seeing one in the audience. We are going to dispense this evening. Normally we start out with our vision and mission statement. We have a long agenda. I am going to juggle the agenda items somewhat this evening. We're going to defer citizens' participation until a little bit later on in the meeting. I would like to pull two appointments from the consent agenda, and those are the appointments to the Sustainability Committee and the Stormwater Committee. And I will move up the EVERSOURCE update to after the Dog Park Committee presentation, and at which point we'll then have citizen participation. So. If we can start the meeting as we always do with the pledge. Mr. St. Germain, if you would lead us, please.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rob. Our first order of business this evening is a presentation of a Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award. So I'll turn this over to Mr. Herbert.
Yes.
Somebody ready to take a picture?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm pleased to announce, I think I sent you an email about this earlier, that again, for the third straight year, we've been awarded the GFOA, that's the Government Finance Officers Association, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This is really kind of the gold standard associated with municipal budgeting, not just throughout the United States, but also through Canada. And achieving is a really, really high honor. And it's something that we've worked for a while, and Brittany has really been the one that has taken it over the goal line. And again, not just for 1 year or 2 years, but now 3 straight years in a row. I will say that last year, only 24 communities in Massachusetts achieved this distinction out of 351 municipalities. And I think it's something that we can be really proud of, because it means our budget document is transparent, but it's also a communications tool about our town, our organization, what our goals are, and what we're trying to accomplish. So last year we had somebody from the Massachusetts Government Finance Officers Association present this. This year you just got me giving it to Brittany. So, but anyway, I think Brittany deserves, obviously, a great amount of applause for this, and really has done the lion's share of all of this. So,
Great.
Thanks, Michael.
Very good. Can we get a quick one up front with the
Sure.
do you want
crew
to say a few words?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, boy.
So I thanked them last year. I'll do it again this year. Thank you to all the department heads and their staff for helping me as well. I wouldn't be able to put it together without their help, so they deserve congratulations as well.
All right,
That's
thanks,
great.
Brittany. That's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Britt.
Do you want to do it with your phone or mine?
This routine.
Our second item this evening is a review of the Conservation Commission's decision, EVERSOURCE decision. We have Mr. Carl Hackison will give us a review, give the board an opportunity to ask some questions. And before Carl starts, I don't think it's made it to the docket yet, but the EVERSOURCE did communicate with the Energy Facility Siting Board relative to the to the Concom's decision, and essentially what they wrote was, since the last supplemental response submitted on September 4th, 2019, the company has received a denial from the Town of Ashland's Conservation Commission for the company's Hopkinton to Ashland transfer line. The denial is included with this response as attachment, blah, blah, blah. The denial states that the commission believes the proposed work cannot be conditioned to meet the performance standards set forth in the state and local wetlands regulations. The company intends to pursue all appropriate appeals, whatever that means. You're on.
Well, you just stole my thunder. Good evening. Carl Hackinson, 346 Chestnut Street, and a member of the Conservation Commission. How much or how little would you like me to explain?
I think, Carl, it'd be good if you just explain the basis for your decision, because it's both state and local bylaws that apply.
It is. Just a little bit of background. Since December of 2018, the Conservation Commission has been addressing a notice of intent by EVERSOURCE for a pipeline for what they call an order of conditions. After about 14 months of hearings, the Commission deliberated about 2.5 weeks ago and issued a denial of that order of conditions under both the state law and the Ashland local wetlands bylaw. As you've suggested, that can be appealed. In a normal circumstance, the state law would be appealed to the Department of Environmental Protection, and the local bylaw would be appealed to Superior Court. Under this circumstance, EVERSOURCE has that option. They also have the option of appealing to the Utility Siting Board. And you've mentioned that they've put them on notice. That's probably the way that they're going to go.
Okay, but at this point, they haven't indicated, they'll pursue all avenues.
That's correct.
Right, okay. So explain, I think, just so the public understands, and I think anybody that's watching, the basis for your denial under the local bylaw.
Well, let me back up. I will do that. But the filing is the same filing under the local bylaw and the state bylaw. The irony is the appeal is very different, but the application is the same application. We're just applying the state law to that application and the local bylaw. And the local bylaw can be more strict than the state law. In an Ashland's case, that is the case. There are more exemptions under the state law for various things, and certainly utilities are one of them. EVERSOURCE applied for a variance under the local bylaw. The commission didn't feel that EVERSOURCE reached the threshold that's required by the Conservation Commission to grant a variance. A variance isn't granted automatically. In order to be granted a variance, they would have to show that the wetlands had either been enhanced or improved or not damaged in any way. We didn't feel that that was a threshold that they achieved. And so our vote was 4-0 to oppose the granting of the variance.
And just some of the differences, as I understand the differences between the state bylaw requirements and our local, is that under the state bylaw, an alternative route requirement is not applicable to your deliberation?
Yeah, that's a little bit hard to explain, other than the fact that they applied for what's called a limited project. And a limited project usually requires that an alternative be considered. Under the state law, there's an exemption for anything that's being reviewed by the Utility Siting Board. This project is being reviewed by the Utility Siting Board, so that part of the wetlands bylaw, the state wetlands bylaw, was inapplicable in our deliberation. But we thought that that didn't make the whole state law inapplicable, just that portion of it. Under our local bylaw, there is no such language, and that's where the gist of our argument is that they did have to consider other alternatives, and they did not do that effectively.
Great. Okay, any questions from the board at this point?
Pretty self-clear. Appreciate the effort that you folks did on the Concom and the effort and looking into it and doing the research and collectively putting, fact before fiction and making that decision. So I want to thank the Concom for doing that.
Thank you, Joe. The commissioners, I think, put in a lot of time, and it wasn't an easy process. Just one final thing. If they do appeal to Utility Siting Board, everyone's probably familiar with the Utility Siting Board at this point and didn't know it existed maybe a year ago. Right. But it would start a new docket number. So this wouldn't piggyback on the present application,
Okay.
their original application. This would be separate and apart.
New, and we'd be able to provide new testimony.
We would.
Right. So I'm assuming at this point, what we would do is once EVERSOURCE appeals, whatever shape or form that is, then we would convene with Concom, we'd convene with Town Council, and we'd come to a decision as to our path forward.
And the process before the siting board is a little bit different than just defending an appeal, is that the town would have to apply for intervenor status,
Right.
as it did with the original application, and it would defend the appeal in that manner.
Right. Okay. Good. Any
Just,
comments?
just one quick question with respect to that appeal. How long would that appeal process take? And I mean, I know that's the question that I'm sure that everybody has to ask, but if new evidence is going to be allowed to come into play, I mean, this could take months down the road for something to come.
Well, it would, Joe.
Okay.
And, I mean, the original application has been before them for well over a
almost a
year.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been adjudicated yet.
Right.
So but keep in mind that appeal is a broad appeal for the entire pipeline. The appeal of the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction was limited to just wetland issues.
Right.
So that the scope of that argument is much more narrow.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that it's better or worse. It's just, it's narrower than the scope of the original application.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Just a quick question about the peer reviewer, Lucas Environmental.
Mm-hmm.
Did, it looks like they did a wildlife habitat evaluation. Did they provide any other feedback, or was it just limited to the wildlife? I'm just curious.
No, they did a complete peer review of the entire notice of intent. They did a very thorough job. The reason that that's mentioned is because in the Commission's opinion, the wildlife habitat review by EVERSOURCE was very lacking.
Mm-hmm.
It dealt with just the 30-foot easement and not the land around the 30-foot easement. And you have to take into consideration, or one has to take into consideration, that when you're in a 30-foot easement in a wet area, it's pretty hard to be impacting this and not impacting everything else, because it's not upland, it's wetland. And it's not just wetland soil, there's actually standing water there. So we felt that it was a little disingenuous to be just taking into consideration the impact on the 30-foot easement, because it's really impacting acres, if not hundreds of acres of areas around there. Our peer reviewer did a complete evaluation of the entire impacted area, or potentially impacted area.
I have one other question. One of the other things that you had mentioned in the in the decision was that, and I don't know if it was specific to the redirecting of Cold Spring Brook, you had mentioned that the lack of evidence that this type of project has ever been completed safely by the applicant. Are you talking about redirecting the brook, or are you talking about this type of in-depth wetland project?
I would say that comment applies to both.
Okay.
But with regard to Cold Spring Brook, so everyone's clear on that, Cold Spring Brook is the brook that comes out of the reservoir after the spillway. And the proposal was to dam that brook at the bottom of the spillway and route it over the area that they were going to excavate. In the questioning, their engineer said that could take a month. We brought that up at a subsequent hearing, thinking that was an awful lot of time. And he reiterated that it would be a month. The fact that they are even in that area in a 30-foot easement, if anyone's ever been to that part of the reservoir, it's impractical to think that you could dam up the water that's coming down that spillway and it would stay within a 30-foot easement, regardless of how many pumps you had pumping it around. The other concern is that's a very isolated area. So if these pumps either ran out of gas or needed to be refueled, or if they were running on electricity turned off, what would happen then? That's worst case scenario, but best case scenario, how do they keep all of this in a 30-foot easement without impacting the area around it? But to your point, Brandy, to your question, that's an extreme area, but all the way across from where this easement comes in off of 135 through the state park, through private properties, back into state park, and then back into private properties is all either a 20-foot easement or a 30-foot easement with no real access other than Metropolitan Avenue, which is challenging in itself. So if something were to go wrong with any part of that project, we were not convinced that it could be addressed in an effective manner under the plan that they proposed to us.
Okay.
That answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Good. We good?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be talking in the near future.
Sure we will be.
Thank you. We have a couple minutes before our next agenda item. We do have, I believe, Mark Monitz. Am I pronouncing that correct? If you could come to the podium. Mark is the Sustainability Committee's request for appointment. So I got to meet Mark the other night at a Sustainability Committee meeting. Just come up to the podium, introduce yourself, and give us a little short bio, and then...
No, I'm happy. I don't know. I don't really need it. I'm happy to be here. I moved to Ashland in the fall of
Talking to the
2000.
microphone, so
All
that
right.
people at home watching can
Oh,
hear you
okay.
as well.
I moved to Ashland in the fall of 2018. And sustainability has been a passion of mine for the last 10 years, since I interned at the Mass Department of Environmental Protection. And for the last 10 years, I've been working in nonprofit management in Boston for a sports-based youth development organization. I recently graduated from UMass Boston with an MBA and a parallel certificate of clean energy and sustainability. So I'm
Very
hoping to
good.
bring all that to the table.
Like a nice
Super.
Yeah.
So the Sustainability Committee has recommended that we appoint Mark. So any questions for Mark before we act? No? Sounds like a good resume to me.
Sounds
So,
very good.
so I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we appoint Mark Monitz to the Sustainability Committee with a term that will expire on 8/31/2021.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that carries 5-0. Welcome aboard.
Welcome.
Thank you.
very much.
Thanks, Mark.
Good luck.
Happy to be here.
Our next item is a MINDESS Building Committee update. Mr. Paul Kendall is here to provide that. So come on up.
I think Mr. Adams is here.
And I see, that's right, I see Mr. Adams, Jim Adams is the backup.
Here for
He's
support.
back
So
up.
he's the Jimmy Garoppolo to Tom Brady here.
Oh,
Wow.
Well, he did make it to the Super Bowl. Come on.
It's gonna be one of those nights.
Yep.
Although 25-6 overall is not a bad record.
No, that's
That's
not
not
bad.
What I would say.
Well, thank you. Paul Kendall, 6 Ribbanacker Road. I am on the school committee and the chair of the MINDESS School Building Committee. So I know you have a packed agenda, so thanks for making the room for an update on the project. So this is the same presentation we gave to the school committee back in January. And so I wanted to also to present this to you and give you updates as to where we are in the project and kind of what's coming up and particularly what we're going to be looking to the board for here and also FinCom. So I always have this slide on here because there's been a lot of work done by the committee members. Yolanda's on there, also Jim, Michael. There's a lot of people putting in a lot of work. So I always want to thank them for their efforts. It's a big undertaking. So the first thing here is just a timeline of what's happened up until our most recent submission, which is called the preliminary design program. So this kind of takes us back from 2017 up until this past December when we submitted that. And so I won't belabor this, but essentially the preliminary design program is a submission that has an educational plan with it. That's a fairly substantial document that kind of describes our educational programming, what we do now, what we want to do in the future, and how that is going to play into a building project, along with a list of options that I'll go over in a minute that we've shortlisted. So the committee's primary responsibility is to lead us through this to a point where we're going to have a recommended preferred solution to present to the school committee, the select board, for approval to submit in May of this year. So, and then so from this next one just takes a timeline from that PDP submission into what's called design development. First, I guess I should have stopped. And was there any questions on what's gone on to date? I didn't want to belabor because I know you had a packed agenda, but I'm certainly willing to
No, you're good.
answer any questions you guys have on it. So the line on that bluish line there kind of represents where we are on this timeline. So we submitted our PDP back in December. We have since gotten feedback. So the process is we'll submit it. They will submit in writing to us some comments, and then we have to provide our responses back to that. So we submitted those, I believe it was the 29th, was it? January 29th, we submitted those. The responses and comments back from them were generally lighter than our project managers have seen in the past. And I like to think that that's because of the job that Mr. Kyra and Mr. Adams did on that educational plan. That's the meat of where their comments are going to come from, and they did a great job. One of the probably the biggest thing that came back from them is so there's two things that are really involved in the project that really impact the project. That's the educational plan. That's going to justify asks that go above and beyond what they would normally allow. And then there's a space template. So the space template is a formula that they have that says, hey, you have this enrollment with this, all these different things, and it spits out, here's the spaces. You need this many general education classrooms, this many, this. So it's the marriage of those two things. So we'll determine what we think we need based on our educational plan, and then we will make a request using that template to say, hey, listen, in this space, the template works for us. In this other one, we need this many more special education classrooms or pull-out spaces or different things like that. And one of the places where there's typically a pretty hard line that they draw is with the gym spaces. And they're typically, I believe, the number is 6,000 square feet. And in our proposal, we proposed a larger gymnasium for the larger enrollment configuration. I'll talk about that in a second. But they accepted that, which and that's an additional 2,000 square feet of gym space. So, which, to give you context, is about the size of the gym we have now at MINDESS. Which we really think that we would need, especially if we were having a larger enrollment. So that's kind of where we are. We've submitted back to them. We actually just got clarification from them that they, for the PDP, will not be going back and forth with any more comments. So that's kind of settled. So that's where we are now. And then next on there, and I'll get back to the other icons there, but in the end of March is when the building committee will be looking to have a preferred solution that we are going to be able to say, this is what we think we think we should move forward with, and that will come before the select board and the school committee and the FinCom. So while the process requires the select board and school committee votes, we think it's really important that all three boards agree on this and all vote on it. So. And so if you look at the icons there, the green icons indicate where we either had or will have community forums. Our next one is February 24th. And that one is going to focus on those design options that I'll show you, the enrollment configuration options and some sustainability and things like that. The stars are where we are estimating we would have tri-board meetings. So we could, we want to schedule 2 tri-board meetings. So we have roughly 2-3 weeks apart. So we have a good amount of time to, to have meaningful dialogue, and everybody, there's a lot of information to look through. And so want to make sure that both the community and the boards have a lot of time to make a thoughtful decision on what we're going to do going forward. And just the same thing I'm doing here and do the school committee. I've also asked Michael to reach out to FinCom and get on their agenda, so in their setting they can ask questions and we can present the same information to them. And that would bring us up to a submission for our PSR, which is our preferred schematic report. That's where we are going back to the MSBA saying, this is what we as a town think is the right solution for the project. And that submission date is May 6th. And that's an important date. If we miss the date, the next submission date would be 2 months out. And the impact might not just be that 2 months. We're in their pipeline, they're expecting things to happen at a certain rate. We miss it, it might just be the 2 months, it might be longer based on funding and what they have in their pipeline. So it's an important date. I think it's a very achievable date. We have, good amount of time, but plenty of work to do as well. And then in June, they will look to have the MSBA board approve the project as submitted. And then the subsequent schematic design report, that'll get us, I think it's through 30% schematic design. We'll have final numbers on cost, things like that. And then, that's when we'll go for the budget and scope approval in October, looking at a town meeting and ballot vote, later this year. And then the start of the design development kicking off in the new year. This is all with, a plan of opening the doors to a new or renovated building in September of 2023.
Quick question.
So any questions on the timeline?
I do.
Yeah.
So the end of March date that you had listed up there for the
Yep.
tri-board meeting, is that, so when we say the preferred option, are you saying the 2 through 5 versus the 3 through 5th, the enrollment?
That's a good question. I was going to cover it on the other slides, but
Okay.
I can talk about it now.
I was curious if it was that, or if it was location, or if it was both.
So the bar there, and that's also important to note, that is the building committee's recommendation. So that's when the building committee is going to say, it should be this building with this size on this site. And that's what that line represents. But to your other question, so the outstanding, I'll go through the options. We really have 3 options, but 2 permutations on each option. We have one that has a 635 enrollment option, which would remain a 3 through 5 building, and an option for a 2 through 5 building at an 845 enrollment. And so the timeline for deciding that is going to be this month, right? So we have our next building committee meeting on the 11th. We have a school committee meeting on the 26th. At that meeting, the school committee is going to be, weighing in and giving their opinion on what they think the enrollment should be. And then, so we're looking to land that plane this month. And then at our next, building committee meeting, we'll probably make that call right after that meeting. So technically, it's probably a building committee decision, but I think it's really important because it's educational that everyone's on the same page. And so right now, the school committee has solicited input from the public. We've gotten some feedback. We have a survey going on so we can collect everybody's thoughts, concerns, and make sure that we incorporate them in whatever we move forward with. Any other questions on the timelines?
No.
And then this is a slide that just kind of describes those different submissions and what it means. This is just a table kind of laying out some of the dates that in a more readable format with some topics and things like that. So one of the things that we've had a conversation on at our last public forum, which talked both about sustainability and site and building options. Honestly, the hottest topic and most questions were about sustainability and not where or what building or anything like that. So this past meeting on January 28th, we had our sustainability subconsultants and the facilities and MEP systems consultants in, along with the sustainability committee and our sustainability coordinator for preliminary discussion on what it is we want to, what should we be looking at, what are our goals, right? With sustainability, it's a gamut. You can run the gamut of doing the minimum to try to get, so there's a certain scoring with the MSBA to get an extra 2% reimbursement rate with a sustainability. So you can try to just do the minimum to get that. You can try to go, totally electric, net zero. You'll hear terms that are either net zero or net zero ready. Essentially, net zero means you try to make the building utilize as little as possible, and then you try to do as much efficiency as you can, and then that third step is to offset with, photovoltaics or other different things to get down to a net zero. Net zero ready is essentially the same thing without that third step. So you're not doing that extra thing of trying to get those things at that point, but you've done all the preparation where net zero by getting photovoltaics or something like that, or purchasing renewables is attainable. So I think net zero ready means a lot of different things to different people, and so I think that's an important distinction when you hear that. So that's just the beginning conversation on that, but that was probably a big topic that we're going to have more and more conversations, because at the end of the day, it does mean money, right? We can say we have our last town meeting, we had a resolution on what we want as a town from a sustainability perspective. This will be one of our biggest buildings, and so we need to figure out how that is going to impact and reflect on that.
So we're going to be bumping up against a public hearing.
Okay.
So if we could move on to maybe the conceptual designs.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
give people a flavor of what is being
Yes.
contemplated.
So I'll go over these. I won't spend too much time on the differences between these two. They're literally the same thing, just 2 enrollment options. So the first one here is, and the reason why it's labeled option 2B2 is because we are naming them that because of the list of options we went through and we shortlisted. So that's just where it fell on the list. This is sited behind the current, this would be a new building sited behind the current Mendez in the middle, cutting just slightly into the woods behind there. So this is a new construction. The other option was a renovation. So they make us look at a code upgrade, which obviously wouldn't work for us, but that gets kind of baselines. And then a renovation option, we have to investigate that, and at least one new construction. So that's why you're going to see these three. We don't believe this is going to be a feasible one from both a cost and logistical perspective, because renovating the building would incur a lot of operational costs and logistical nightmares to try to displace all the students. And then the other option is over at the middle school, sited in the back corner where the current baseball field is. And again, it has both options. So as we go through this, I also have this slide. This should have a very large asterisk all over the page. This is what we needed to do as part of the process. So the cost estimators take the massing of the building and things like that and just ballpark what it means for a potential construction cost of these options. So that's what that shows. And then the net zero premium isn't a real number. It's just adding a 6% premium on it. And so depending on where we land with what our goals are, might be lower, might be higher, for that. So I blew through that, but that's, I'm happy to answer any questions as we have time, or I can stick around till after the public hearing if you had more questions. But
Good. So I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Paul, I have one, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have one quick question. The construction costs that you have listed
Yep.
here, how did you calculate, or how did the committee calculate those figures?
So we did not calculate them.
This
So-
is from the state?
Right, so our designer and our OPM both have cost estimators.
Okay.
And so these site plans and things were submitted to them. And again, these are very broad estimates. There's a couple things to note about these. On all the options, we left them left the plan currently at a 2-story building, so we weren't going up, because it's typically the larger your footprint, the larger the more cost. So we left it that way. It's probably what we would want anyway, but we also didn't want to say, hey, we can make it this and then make it more expensive. And they also are what's called the CM at risk, or 149A delivery method, where you hire a construction manager early on in the process, as opposed to a design bid build process, which might be slightly cheaper, but at the end it's probably not, because you end up with a low bid and then change orders come in. And so whereas the CM at risk, you kind of have, here's my not to exceed cost, and then you probably get some back at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Yolanda?
So I just, not question, but a comment, just to remind people that they can go find all this information at the MINDESS School Building Project. If you're looking at this and you have further questions, or you have input in regards to the style of the building, where the building is, make sure you attend the forum that's happening on February 24th and give your input, because that's where it'll be discussed fully. So.
Yes, and by all means also reach out to the school committee, who is considering what they believe the enrollment option should be, whether it be 2 through 5 or 3 through 5.
Good. Rob?
One question, you mentioned a survey, Paul. Is that still out there, and should people respond to it or find it?
Okay.
Thanks, Rob. So on Friday, I will send another email out. The survey is still open.
Okay.
So I'll send an email out on Friday. I'll make sure Michael has it, and he can distribute it to his listserv as well. So it is open, and there's a community piece that is asking about enrollment specifically for a 2.5 or a 3.5. Actually, doesn't talk about 3.5 because we know what a 3.5 looks like. It's a 2.5 option. So what are the benefits? What are the challenges that may exist moving to a 2.5 educationally, as well as from a family standpoint?
Okay, and I just wanted to make a few observations and thank the folks on the building committee. This is a very complex project. Looking at it from the way I'm looking at it, I'm glad to hear you talk about sustainability. I'm glad that people are dealing with that. I think it's extremely important that we set an example both for our public safety building and for this school project. to achieve net zero. I think it's especially important as we're building a school for the future of our children, and really we owe it to our children to do something about climate change. And I think this is one of our biggest opportunities to do that. And so I thank you for the attention to that and meeting with the Sustainability Committee. The other thing I just wanted to throw out there is one thing that I ask people to take into account is the effect on mature trees of this various construction projects. Again, it's another climate change issue. It's not just quality of life and wildlife, but mature trees are carbon sinks, and they're also very important. So I would ask you to factor that into these various designs, some of which call for tree cutting and some that don't. I guess,
Right,
so.
and so it's going to be very important, and we've all the conversations we've had, the designer and OPM, we will be net positive in trees and wetlands for whatever we do. So if we're going to cut down stuff, we're going to replace it with more. And all these options are going to end up having more green space just based on how things are laid out.
Yeah.
And
Good.
so the things that I want to make sure I leave with you is for this board, those tri-board meetings, I'm leaving it to Michael to figure out which day it is. We'll be flexible, whether it's on a select board meeting day, on a FinCom day, whatever the works. The other thing as it relates to the grade configuration, and also the site selection, depending on what is chosen, we may be freeing up 2 properties, right? And I think it's very important that we start thinking about now what we might do. I think it's pretty exciting to have the options, right? But if the idea is if we do a 2 through 5 building, that we will be taking the pre-K and moving that over to Warren and creating an early childhood center over there. So then we would have that parcel right in the middle of town, possibly a great place to have renovated for affordable senior housing or whatever. And then, if we choose the middle school site, which has a lot of, great options there, then what happens to the MINDESS site?
Sure.
And I think there's some exciting possibilities there too.
Great point. I think we're going to have potentially a number of properties because of these 2 projects that we'll have the opportunity to repurpose, do some good stuff with. So.
And I think it's going to be important to have at least a story about what we might do with them because, I think there has been a dialogue. Okay, we got it. Now what? And people, if we're going to keep on saying that, we want to at least say, well, this is what we think, and this is, and be able to start those processes. And it might be a good opportunity to maybe, I know we don't want to form too many committees, but a land reuse committee for those kind of things, because I think the combination of the properties that the public safety building might free up along with this, I think requires a coordinated thought process of what we want to do with all those.
Right. Good.
So.
Well, thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Great.
Can I
Thank the
ask one
committee,
quick
too.
question?
Yeah, sure.
Before, we're up against time. Quick question. I know we're not there yet with the costs and coming up with a hard dollar amount. I do want to make a request that at whatever point it's possible, that when we present the net zero option, we also talk about the operating costs that the OPM might.
Right, so
Good point.
included in there will be the life cycle costs, right?
Okay.
So, there's practicality things, there's maintenance things, there's can our facilities department operate it, right? So there's all those things, and we will be honing in on, because it's not just, hey, we did this and pat ourselves on the back, but what does it actually mean? What does it mean down the road, 10 years from now? How has it been to operate? Hey, now we're 10 years down, 15 years down. Is that the life cycle point of these components? What's that cost?
Right.
And things like that. So
I just want to make sure, because, when we look at like a 6% estimation for net zero, it's really 6% of the building costs, but over time, that's really going to make a difference.
Those ideas will really start to form as part of the PDP, and then just past that, when we start to say, okay, no, we're not going to go geothermal, or we're not going to go all electric, and what would those be? And then those numbers can be real. There's a presentation that the consultants did at our last meeting that kind of showed it's like the heat pumps, there's a premium there, but you need less solar, so the delta wasn't $4 million, it was only $2 million or something like that. So that whole picture, yeah, well, those options are going to be out there, and we're gonna have a lot of data to sift through, and I think the challenge is actually going to be trying to present it to the public in a way that's digestible.
Okay. Thank you.
Where it's going to be easy for us to understand because we've been living it, but it's going to be a lot of information. So.
All right, all set? Well, thanks again,
Thanks,
Paul.
Paul.
I just want to acknowledge, sir, I'm sorry, I can't entertain questions from the audience right now.
If it's not going to be too long, I'll hold on and
Yeah,
when you do
we
public
have
participation.
public participation later on in the
Yeah.
agenda, but I would just like to acknowledge just certainly the building committee as a whole, but just the work that Superintendent Adams and Mr. Kendall have done in driving this forward. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of work, and, it's impressive, both your commands of this, the complexity of this project, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks. And like I said, Mr. Kyra did a lot of the heavy lifting on the ed plan too, so it's a group effort. We appreciate it.
Good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
So we're bumping up against the public hearing, so what I think I'll do at this point is entertain a motion to at least get through the consent agenda. And what we'll do is open the public hearing, we'll suspend it, and then we'll bring in the firefighters, all right?
It's fine.
So we did pull 2 items out of the consent agenda. And we'll get that on the screen.
Although it's not opening. I don't know why it's not opening. You'll have to read it.
All right, so we're going to read the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, notification of the town manager's appointment of Alina LaGrosse
here.
to the fire department. Here we go. Okay, super. So it's on the screen now. Take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0. Looks to me, let me just check. Yeah, we're close enough. So I am going to open up the first hearing and read the notice. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held at the Ashland Town Hall on Wednesday, February the 5th, 2020 at 7:20 p.m. The hearing is a request for a Class II license at 39 Nickerson Road. The applicant is Matthew Gutwill. Parties wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at the time and place indicated above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Select Board's office, Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. 01721, or by emailing Susan Roby at sroby@ashlandmass.com. Signed, Steve Mitchell, on behalf of the Select Board. I will entertain a motion to postpone this matter until current business is completed and then reopen the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to postpone the hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now, if we could have the police officers, firefighters.
Tell me something.
Susan?
I think they're out in the.
They're all out in the hallway.
Yep.
Michael, we close this.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Susan, can you close the door? Or at least close it part of the way, please?
I think once they're all in here, we won't be hearing any noise out
That's all right. Okay, Chief Roby, good evening.
Good evening.
And welcome, and you are here this evening to introduce some of the newest members to our esteemed fire department.
Yeah, so we hired 3 new members off the SAFER grant that we received from the FEMA, so from the government. We did hire 4, actually, but a couple weeks prior to starting, one of them had an injury and ended up needing surgery, so it eliminated it, and we had to go back to the hiring process, so we are working on that right now. So I'll bring them up one at a time, introduce them, then we're going to have somebody pin their badges on. All of them started 2 weeks ago. They've been working days training with Lieutenant Bolin, getting oriented, doing their training, and then as of this week, each one's been assigned to a shift. So the first new member is Ryan Phelan. He's from Dover, Mass. He has a bachelor's degree in political science. He served as a call firefighter in Dover Fire Department. Currently, he's in paramedic school, and he's also an officer in the New York National Guard.
Very nice.
Ryan, if you'd like to come up here. Lieutenant Mark Caffarelli will be doing his pinning for him. Take it this way. Yep.
Don't you have blood?
All right.
Congratulations.
Our next new candidate is Curtis Mogren. He's from Holliston, Mass. He has an associate's degree in fire science, served as a call EMT for Holliston Fire, and actually just recently completed his paramedic certification. Curtis, if you come up here, and he's going to invite up his mother, Susan, who's going to do his pinning.
Nice.
Very good.
Hopefully.
Excellent.
And our third candidate, Stephen Malone. He's from Air Mass. He has an associate's degree in fire protection and safety technology. He served as a call firefighter in Littleton, Groton, and Shirley. He's a certified firefighter 1-2, and also recently completed his certification in paramedic. And he will be pinned by his girlfriend, Olivia. Not too hard.
You got this.
Super.
Again, that's our three new members, and I thank you for the opportunity to bring them in and introduce them.
That's
Thank you.
terrific, and
Nice to
welcome
see three new
aboard to
faces.
everybody. And also want to acknowledge all of the firefighters that are here this evening to support our new members. So, thank you, and we appreciate all your service to the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, what you do.
Yeah, do you want to do a quick picture?
Also want to acknowledge a retired captain that's out back there, too, Captain Brogan.
Oh, hey.
Chief, can you get it? I think we're going to try to get it.
Wow, we may have to do this outside.
Yeah. I don't know. Shouldn't have brought the mother up. That's tearing me up. Everybody up. We need the mother up.
We're using the wide lens on this, right? Wide.
Thanks, guys.
This is really
All right, we'll let the room clear for a minute, but I will entertain a motion to reopen the Class 2 hearing.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So we are now in a public hearing for a Class 2 license submitted by the applicant Matthew Gutwell. Those speaking in favor of the applicant or the application, if you could come and identify yourself.
I'm Katie Gutwill Matthews, my spouse, and I'm representing him. He's out of town today, so.
Okay, so if you could please describe the request and what you're looking to do. We do have backup.
Yep.
I think we all have a good sense of the location and the space and so on, but if you can just describe it for the audience and the people at home.
Sure, so we currently rent space on 43 Nickerson Road in Ashland, a fenced-in area, and we're applying for a license to be able to store cars, not many cars, maybe 5. We're gonna be doing a little bit of sales to kind of get some business and get our sons into the automotive world. We will be not doing any auto repair on the property. All of that will be done off-site. Basically, we're gonna act more as like a broker. There won't be any signage, there won't be anything like that. Everything will be done online. And again, we are just looking for some more opportunities, something that we can get our family involved in, so maybe some career paths for our kids.
Great, okay. Is there anyone else in the audience speaking in favor of this application? Is there anyone in the audience, is there someone else to speak in favor?
Favor, yeah.
Then if you'd like to, come up to the podium.
Hi, my name's John Babineau. I currently am the police mechanic for the city of Framingham. I've been a friend of Matthew's for years, and I will be doing the repairs for Matthew at my garage at home. So basically, it's going to be a small business. Like Katie has said, there's going to be no real, other than storage, there's not going to be traffic there. All the cars will be brokered. They will be sold online. Customers will be far and few between going there. You know, we would basically bring the customer to you, the car to you. If you wanted to purchase a car, we'd have a dealer plate, be able to bring it to your location, let you drive it, test it out, do whatever you want, and then, you know, hopefully make the purchase and go on from there. So,
Good.
and just try and keep it very simple.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience speaking against this application? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the board for questions. My first question is actually to Susan. We have a completed application. All the information that we require is complete.
That's correct.
Okay. Good, so I'll open it up to the board.
You haven't received any emails or anything pro or con on
I
this?
actually did have a couple people reach out to us asking basically what a Class 2 license was. Once I explained it, there was no abutters that
Okay.
objected to it.
Okay, thank you. Hi,
Good.
Keith.
Any
How
questions
are you,
from?
Joe?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I do have.
You do. Go ahead,
just a
Joe.
couple of quick ones.
Yep.
It also says marine sales, so will you be selling boats there as well?
I think.
Possibly if they come up?
Possibly.
Okay.
I don't believe that, well, I guess it would depend on the size of the boat, if it would even be on the property, more of like a brokerage
Okay.
for boats.
I don't know if our Class 2 covers that. That's the reason why I asked.
I'm not
Because
sure.
I don't know myself. I know cars, but I'm not sure
Yes.
about boats.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, my reading of the state law is that it's cars. It's
Just
automated
cars,
vehicles.
right.
It doesn't speak to
So-
marine vehicles,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
yeah.
That's
So
fine.
any
can
other
amend
questions
that, too.
from the board at this point? So at this time, I'm just going to put everything on hold. I need to read another public hearing notice,
Sure,
and
yep.
then we'll need to suspend that. So, the intent is to open up a public hearing. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held at the Ashland Town Hall. Just bear with me a sec. You have it?
The one in Malton?
Okay.
Yeah.
Notice is hereby given that the Select Board will conduct a hearing regarding an application for wine and malt beverages. This liquor license is requested by Julius Reminar, Sammy and Jules LLC, DBA Dolce de Leche. Sammy and Jules LLC, DBA Dolce de Leche, 200 Homer Avenue, Ashland, Mass. 01721. Public hearing will be held on the matter at Ashland Town Hall. 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. On Wednesday, February the 5th, 2020, at 7:30 p.m. Parties wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at the time and place indicated above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Select Board's office, Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. 01721, or by emailing Susan Roby at sroby@ashlandmass.com. Signed, Steve Mitchell, on behalf of the Select Board. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll entertain a motion to postpone this hearing until current business is completed and then reopen.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the Dulce de Leche hearing is postponed. So we can now complete our business for the Class 2 license. Any other comments from the board, questions?
I guess just following up with Joe's, do we have to double check on the boat sales, or can we move
Steve
forward?
I think Steve just said something about the fact when you read the law, it didn't mention anything about
Well,
marine.
it didn't mention it, so does that mean we can allow it, or?
Well, I don't think we need to
Not regulated.
address
Okay,
it, right?
that's
Yeah.
fine.
So it's outside.
Yeah.
That's how I
So,
interpreted it anyway.
So, questions? If no questions,
other
deliberation on this applicant?
And the other thing is, you'll have an office at at your home, or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We have a
So-
home office, we'll keep all of our records.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
If we can support another business, let's support another business.
No, that's. Do it right.
Okay. Yeah, I think everything's in order. I've had an opportunity to go down to to Nickerson just to check out the site. Seems perfectly reasonable and appropriate, so if no other deliberation?
So it's the fenced-in area right next to Advanced Auto Sales?
Yes, and
Okay,
it's kind of in the back.
In the back area? Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got a couple of storage trailers?
Yes,
in back there?
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. And there's a boat there, too?
That's not ours,
That's
though.
yours. That's what it-
That's Wayne.
Okay. Then we're talking about the same place. then. Okay.
All right, so hearing no other deliberation, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to close the hearing?
Motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And now a motion to approve or disapprove the,
I move that we approve the request for a Class 2 license to be granted to TJ's Auto and Marine Sales for up to 5 vehicles with the hours of Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Saturday, 9 to 4, and no hours on Sunday.
I'll second that. And it is 39 Nickerson, not 43? Or is it 43? We may have to change that on the app.
Yes. I need to double check. I have 39 and 43, both written down.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure we had correct.
so let's just condition it subject to verification of
Verification of the
the
address.
address, all
Yeah.
right?
Same property owner.
It's the same property
Yeah.
owner.
Okay,
Okay.
just divided it, okay.
With
We
verification
we
of
have
the
to have it
address.
done on the
Okay.
license, that's why. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, and Joe?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that carries 5-0, so congratulate
Good luck.
Matthew for us.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you
Kate.
very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good luck. Tell Matt today.
All right, so now I will entertain a motion to reopen the Dulce de Leche hearing.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So, those speaking in favor of this application, the applicant is here, if he would come to the podium, introduce himself, and
Sure. I'm Julius Reminar. I own Dulce de Leche, 200 Homer Ave. We've been operating for about 4 months now. We serve food, and we manufacture desserts, chocolates, and gelato.
excuse me, Jules, speak to
Oh,
into the
sorry.
microphone.
You don't have to lean in, but just face the microphone.
Okay.
12 inches.
So we produce gelato, chocolates, and baked goods. We serve lunches. We're open till 6 p.m. and we host special events. We would basically like to start being able to offer beer and wine, especially at our special events.
Very good. Is there anyone else in the audience who is speaking in favor of this applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience speaking against this application? Seeing none there, I'll open it up to the board for comments and questions. Jules, don't go away.
Yeah, we're gonna direct them to you, Jules. You're the only one standing.
Okay.
I do have a couple of quick questions for you, Jules.
Sure.
Your hours of operation, where this is a beer and wine license that you're requesting, I would assume that you'll be serving them at some point in time during your hours of operation. What would those hours be? Because if you open at 8 o'clock, we don't usually give somebody the opportunity to sell beer and wine at 8. So we need to, and I didn't see any hours of operation or sales in the application, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Sure.
What will those hours be?
Sure. No earlier than 11 a.m.
Okay.
And 6 p.m. for normal hours of business.
So one more time, so your operating hours are?
So our operating hours are 7 a.m. until 6 p.m.
Right.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
8 a.m. until 6 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. on Sunday. We don't intend to sell alcohol before 11 a.m. on any day. So it would start with basically the lunch hour. Our typical lunch hour is noon, end by 6, except for special events.
Right, so you would be 11 a.m. through 6 p.m.
Through 6
close.
p.m.
Now, verify special events, is that something that you potentially would occur after 6 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Just as an example of a special event, tomorrow night we have a Ashland Mothers Group coming in for a fun chocolate tasting and appetizers event. Oh,
Valentine's party.
there you go. Okay.
Guess I can't go.
Apparently there's an attendee here. So that's the type of event that we really envision, where we'd like to be able to serve beer and wine in the future.
Okay.
And what time do you see those events going to?
Typically no later than 9 p.m.
All
I
right,
could
so
see as late as 10 p.m.
We
but I
need to
don't see later
include
than 9.
those hours, so we would
Okay.
need to condition your license to read 11 a.m. through either 9 or 10, whatever, you need to tell us. what.
Okay, let us say 10 p.m. just in case.
Okay, all right.
You never know if that bar mitzvah will go late.
True.
Well, and also you have to stop serving a half hour before your
Correct.
your
Your
end
last call.
time on your license.
Gotcha.
So if we do it 10 and your
Right.
events are going till 9 or 9, you're good.
Right,
Okay.
9:30 is good.
Okay.
So, question for Susan again. This application is complete. All of the paperwork is been provided, and
That's correct.
good, thank you. Any questions from this side of the, from my left side?
I actually have one more question.
Okay, just see if the,
Unless they do.
No, go ahead.
You
Yolanda,
good?
this is fine.
Tip certification?
Basically, all of our front of house employees, plus my wife and I, as substitutes for if our front of house employees aren't currently served. If we don't have a front of house employee present.
Okay.
So we currently, I believe,
So the
have.
certifications will have to come into us. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
We have 5 employees currently on staff who've passed the TIP certification in Ashland.
Great.
very
Okay.
good. Okay, Joe, did you have
No,
another
I just-
comment or anything?
Yolanda took
I took his question.
my question, that's fine.
Yeah, I think there was a sheet there that showed all of the, in fact, I think you documented the trainer as well, that,
Correct.
right, that came in to do all your staff?
Yes.
Yeah, good, good. So, hearing no other comments, deliberation, any other thoughts on this
No.
before I close the public hearing?
My only thought, and it's not actually this one, but we probably should start keeping track of what licenses are left and
Yeah.
how we want to use them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Okay, so a motion to close the hearing?
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now we're ready to take a vote.
I move that we approve the request for a wine and malt license for Dolce de Leche, with the hours being 11 a.m. until 10 p.m., 7 days a week.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay,
Nice-
so we're right on
nice
time
place
here
to go
for our
lunch.
next public hearing, so
Just ready for balance.
notice is hereby given that the Select Board will conduct a hearing regarding an application for an entertainment license, Dr. Green's Indoor Golf, 200 Homer Avenue, Ashland, Mass. 01721. Public hearing will be held on the matter at Ashland Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. On Wednesday, February 5th, 2020 at 7:45 PM. A little early. Parties wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at the time and place indicated above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Select Board's office, Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. 01721, or by emailing Susan Roby at sroby@ashlandmass.com. Signed, Steve Mitchell, on behalf of the Select Board. Is there anyone here speaking in favor of this application? And it looks like we have one of the owners here.
Hi, Jason Thomas.
Good. So, Jason, give us a description of what you're looking to do.
Sure. So, we've had a successful indoor golf business for going on. We just passed our 3-year anniversary in December. And we're trying to expand some of the non-golf offerings. We've actually put in some newer pool tables, bringing in pool leagues and things that kind of can go year-round, where the golfers tend to go outside when it gets nice and sunny. So we thought if we could start to do some low-key acoustic type musics to entertain more of the bar crowd than the golf crowd, then it's just something that we could offer and bring additional business to our offering.
Sure. Okay, very good. There anyone else in the audience that is speaking in favor of this application? Seeing none, anyone in opposition to this application? Seeing none again, I'll open it up to comments for the board. I'll start at this point. We did request some clarity on the entertainment. I mean, entertainment is such a broad term.
Agreed.
We needed you to be a little bit more specific. So,
Yep.
You talked about in the application about amplified, and then you just mentioned acoustic. So what we try to do is to be specific with the type of music.
So when I say acoustic, I'm thinking of 1 or 2 people in front of a microphone with an amplifier with we're not looking for rock bands. We're looking for the singer-songwriter type to do cover type stuff.
And it's okay, whatever you want to do.
Yep.
We just want to be specific on the application.
Yep,
that's all.
understood.
So that's would be my question at this point.
Yep.
So we'd need to know also, I think, the hours as well, and I think it's going to coincide with your, pretty much with your hours of operation anyway?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So, okay, good. So questions from the board?
So no entertainment license on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, but Wednesday through Saturday?
Thursday
But he
through
said
Saturday.
Thursday.
Okay, I'm sorry, Thursday to Saturday.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that to coincide with during the summer, Monday, Tuesday, we tend to be we have been closed the past couple years, so just keep it consistent.
Keep it consistent?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. So you have on here Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Do you are you thinking that you're going to typically have entertainment all 3 days? Or
So
is it generally?
our focus is going to try and just be on Friday nights.
Okay.
To start to get a consistency of knowing you can show up at Dr. Green's to hear live entertainment.
Okay.
But it gives us the option if we do have an event on a Saturday or a group on a Thursday that wants to bring somebody in, we could do that.
Yeah. And I think it's important to note, just for the audience and the folks at home, your location. You're in the middle of the Telecron building.
Yep.
Right? So you're not abutting any residences to speak of, it's parking lots and building.
Correct.
Building mass.
Correct.
Yeah.
So any other questions or deliberation at this point?
I guess the only question would be, at some point in time, would you entertain having live bands there to keep the business going? If you see that that's your last-ditch effort to stay afloat.
I mean, if the right band came along in terms of a following, but it's not anything that we're entertaining right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for the smaller and mostly local is where we're trying to get people that have that following that can bring 20 new people that haven't been into our store to expand the offering that way.
And the only reason why I ask that is that in years past, we've had people stand up where you are and say the exact same thing, and then within 3 to 4 months, there's a whole different game plan.
Yeah.
So that's why I ask.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
not from us.
All right, thank you.
Good.
Okay, so no other questions or deliberation. Motion to close the public hearing?
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we are ready for a vote.
I move that we approve the entertainment license as requested by Dr. Green, which would allow them to have amplified entertainment on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0, so.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, and
Appreciate
it's
it.
amazing how time flies, though. 3 years already. It's amazing.
That's
great. Thank you. So we're moving along pretty well here. I think I see Colonial Power in the room. Can we bring them up?
Mark, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So we're going to, our 8:10 appointment is here, so we're running ahead of schedule, so
We
we're
can do
good.
that without issue.
So this is, our next agenda item is a presentation from Mark Capadonna from the Colonial Power Group and an update on the Community Choice Power Supply Program.
Good evening. My name's Mark Capadona from Colonial Power, 5 Mount Royal Ave, Marlborough, Mass. Tonight we're just here to kind of bring the select board up to date on the aggregation plan, kind of where we are. The Department of Public Utilities has made I'd say a substantial amount of small changes. If you looked at it blacklined, it looks like a bunch of changes, not substantive, but the plan that we have filed for Ashland is about 5 years old at this time. So what we're just asking for is the ability to update it for two kind of substantive issues that would really make a difference. One of them being the ability to offer an opt-in product of whatever you're looking to do, a higher green content and things of that nature. The department has asked if it be included in the plan before you offer that type of a product. And the other thing is, with all of our other plans, we've just taken the cap off the adder for an energy manager. So if you wanted to increase a fee for an energy manager, you could do that at any time in the future, completely up to the town. Just seeing that we're going to go back through the process, and let me just explain what that process would be. You're not required to go back to town meeting, so all you need to do is hang the plan for 15 days, and then this board would need to approve those changes. We go back through the state process. We meet with the DOER for a consultation, and then after that, we would file the plan with the Department of Public Utilities. And here's the bad news. It's really running a long time. That's why we're trying to get out here in front of it. Right now, we have 14 communities from out west. They've been in there for 14 months, and we don't have an order. So we're just thinking start the process now, and when we get through all of that, it will give you the ability to offer that opt-in product or do whatever you wanted to do with any funding for the energy manager. That's really it in a nutshell, that what we were looking to do. The program seems to be running very well from our standpoint. We've had very few questions as of late from the community, so it feels like it started to mature. I'm hoping that's the same on the side of the select board as well as the administration, so that we're just not getting a onesie, twosie phone calls, but really it's quieted down, and the program's really matured.
Okay. Michael, is that your experience in terms of residential input?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty positive, especially when people realize the savings that they are realizing throughout the program. Actually, Mark, I know you have it. I don't know if you have it with you tonight, but can you give us a sense of how much residents have saved over like a finite time period?
Since the beginning of the program, when I last looked at it, you're upwards near $900,000.
Okay.
In total savings since I think 2017, late 16, 17.
That sounds about right. So it's been significant.
Yeah.
And that's overall for the community.
That's overall for the community. That's correct.
Now, is our portfolio or your portfolio portfolio 100% renewables? Is that what we've,
This product is not 100% renewable, but it does have renewables in it. By law, it has to have what would meet the RPS, or the Renewable Portfolio Standard. That would be around 26% in 2020.
And the rest is provided through RECs?
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. You talk about, and I think we're coming up on the end of our existing contract right now with Public Power.
That's a correct statement.
So we're trying to get, hopefully we can get this through before we go back out to bid.
Well, I would ask that we want to have a conversation.
Okay.
The market is at a 6-year low now. We could start to begin contraction on the contract itself. We could
Okay.
always add that green product to green things up for the renewable side.
Okay.
At a later date, but we're thinking that we're right now at a 6-year low for the natural gas market, which is the driver.
Okay.
Kind of that's the I would call it, that's the median in the stack that ends up getting called on. So I do think it's a great time to look, and then you could make some decisions whether you like or you don't.
I think one of the things that I think the board, and I know I certainly would like to explore, is the possibility of offering different options. And I don't know if we have to wait until that opt-in contingency is in the contract or what. But, I mean, it would be great if we could offer the product that we offer now, something that offers, 100% renewable REC 1s.
Yes.
And then, even a brown option if people wanted to take advantage of that. Is there a way we can structure our next contract that way?
So technically, it says that you would need to go back to them for approval for an opt-in green product, an optional green product. So I would have to get some direction from James Avery, our attorney that files. But if you had where you put everyone, Mike, if you put them in that green product and you said if you wanted to have something less than, you wanted to have a standard product was a little less, you could offer that because your optional product would actually not be an optional green product, but a step down.
Okay.
So by language, we might be able to get around it. I would just like to ask, I'm not an attorney, so I would want to run that by before I gave you any kind of advice on that.
Well, your company is pretty creative.
Yeah.
I've always liked.
yeah. Mark,
that.
can you explain to people what RECs are and what a brown option is?
Yes. So a REC is nothing more than a renewable energy credit. So there's no way to get a green electron to your house, although produced by wind or solar or any renewable resource. So all a REC does is they've created this financial security, and when you own that REC, when you buy that REC, that you're allowed to call your energy green. So if you bought all coal power, but you bought all RECs to cover all the power that you had that was, I'll call it dirty or brown, you would then have a 100% green product. That's the only way they've come up with to make it equitable across the board. That's how you support a green product through a renewable energy certificate or credit. Interchangeable language there in the end, but that's the only way that you're able to call your energy green. You need to buy that energy, you need to buy that renewable energy certificate.
Okay, and then you reference a brown option.
Oh, by Brown, and I think it's a bad name, but
not with this crowd.
So basic service is a brown option. What brown means is it meets the minimum requirement for the renewable portfolio standard, meaning it has the minimum amount of renewables in that product, which is still pretty high. Right now we're at 26% for basic service, or to meet the minimum requirements. It's still 26% green by law.
Good, thank you.
You're
Thanks for that explanation. Questions from the board for Mark?
Well, I just want to clarify. So where are we in this process, and what is it your turn?
Well, I think Mark is asking for some substantive changes to our program that we file with the Department of Public Utilities. So is that an accurate?
We need to
way
make
of
these
phrasing it?
changes so you could offer that optional green product that you spoke about, kind of take that and bring it up to today's standards. They've made a lot of ticky-tacky type small changes, and this would bring everything current with today's latest language. Doesn't cost the town anything to do, just allows us to move forward.
So that's like a long-term
Correct.
strategy. So we're trying to prepare for a long-term strategy utilizing that. What we've also kind of engaged in discussion is, you know, now that we have our current contract with Public Power coming up, is there a way that we can basically accelerate what we're trying to do through another process that's a little bit more tactful?
And we're trying to
less-
increase our green portfolio, is that the?
Increase our green portfolio and provide options. So, and they would go hand in hand, really.
So if somebody wanted a local green, so think of green in nature of, there's national wind recs, there's like a main hydro product, and then there's things called Mass Class 1. That would be any project built after 1997. That's a renewable project. Then you have a carve out in that for SREC 1, the first solar project, SREC 2, second. Those are kind of the greening up that can happen. And that means purchasing those renewable energy credits for the portion of your load that you're trying to green up.
Okay, and so what are the options you're referring to, Michael, that we would increase?
So the current option we have now is with Public Power, it's considered 100% green. 26% of them is direct green.
Yep, renewable energy portfolio, yep.
Renewable energy portfolio, and the rest is supported through renewable energy credits. I think we were wanting to look at something that's a little bit more, maybe 50% actually in the portfolio, or maybe even 75, something more than where we are right now.
Yeah.
It'd be more expensive, but
correct.
It would be more direct, I think, in terms of you're seeing the connection between the renewable benefits.
And that's why you're looking for the opt-out program, so that if someone doesn't want to do the higher complete green energy and they want to stay with the level that we're at now, they could do that.
Do that.
So everyone would move into that, and if they wanted to opt up, they could certainly take that step up or down once this is all completed.
Okay. And you're saying that it could be 14 months, but once we get the contract and all the language before it gets approved.
Correct. I would expect we have to hang it for 15 days here, then this board would need to approve it. We get into the department. I would hope that it could be done in 6 months because it's only an amendment. But to be honest with you, we have seen, I was just telling you, the current timeframes have been much, much longer.
Okay, so the takeaway here is that you're going to get together to start this process, is that?
Yes, and I think, you know, we can have it in front of the board at the next meeting, or do you want to?
How long do we could have a plan in front of?
In the next week or so.
In the next week.
Let's defer that to the first March meeting when you're back.
Okay.
All right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And we could be hanging that plan while the board still voted on it, and then when that ended, we just needed any comments that they came, so whenever that fit into the schedule, Mike.
That actually would be a good thing. We could actually get it promoted and put it up there for people to comment on it before the board's meeting.
Good.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, good, very good. Good, anything else from Mark?
No.
No?
I just have a quick comment. I don't know if anybody out in the audience or at home received a letter from EVERSOURCE, but I received a letter last week because apparently they knew about contracts and stuff coming to an end. And they said something about the fact that the Colonial carrier that we have, that the town has, wasn't saving the town, wasn't saving the customer money. Actually, they weren't doing anything at all. So they were promoting, of course, they were reporting themselves. So if you wanted to change over to come back to them, you know, this would be the time to do it. I was just wondering if anybody else had received an email or a letter like that. And to me, I'm sorry,
Phone
that's
call.
yeah, or a phone call. Those phone calls, forget it. That's enough to drive me nuts. But still, I mean, I think that's a lousy way of doing business.
Yeah.
That actually isn't EVERSOURCE. That would have been a third-party supplier.
They're a transmitter.
I received
Well,
something.
yeah, but they said EVERSOurce right on it.
Yeah,
so.
they're acting
They
like
will
they're
say that,
EVERSOURCE, yeah.
but,
Wow.
but that is a deceptive
that's a
marketing
scam.
practice.
Oh, it is a scam. Yeah, I get
It's
that.
good
but
you brought it up. yeah.
Mark, just for clarity, what is EVERSOURCE's current basic service rate now?
12.5.
12.5. So what is our
current rate now with public power.
It's 11.1.
Okay, so.
And
So-
yours is greener in nature.
Correct.
we
And
wanna
that
keep
includes the
moving
adder
way.
that we have.
That's a correct statement.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Okay, I think we've got a plan, and
Yep.
we'll be seeing you again at some point, or at least be discussing you at
Yes.
some point in the future.
Happy to come back whenever you need me. So,
Thank you, Mark.
thank you for your time
Good.
tonight.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you. Actually, our next agenda item is an update from the Dog Park Committee. Kara, are you waiting for people to come? And if you are, what I will do is, I'm going to entertain the EVERSOURCE update at this point, and then allow anybody that's coming for the dog park, all right?
Thank you.
So before we get into an EVERSOURCE discussion, we have an appointment to do for the Stormwater Committee. The Stormwater Committee has recommended Ned Breed. We should have his talent bank form with us. And Ned is here today to meet the board, and for we to meet him, so. So Ned, if you can come up to the podium, and I see Mr. St. Germain is here to support you, so by all means.
Deflect all our questions.
Yeah.
Ned has been in town for about a year, and I first met him when he called to report an illegal dump in back of his newly acquired home. He thought was part of the town forest, and we got to talking, and I realized that he has a depth of experience as an engineer working on stormwater projects. So this was a natural to fill in the vacancy that Megan Selby, when she left us, because she got a promotion within the state and was now in a conflict position. So I'm very happy to recommend Ned. And I'll let him tell you about his background.
Good evening.
All right, good evening, guys, everybody. Happy New Year, if that's still an applicable
Happy New
term.
Year.
But yeah, my name's Ned Breed, Edward, former. Yeah, I moved to Ashland just under a year ago, back in March, my wife and I, and over pretty close to the town line of Southborough. But we moved from the North Shore area. We came from Marblehead. Work brought us out here. My wife works in Marlboro. I myself actually work in the city, so at least one of us has a decent commute. Yeah, my background's in civil engineering. Went to college, University of Cincinnati, out in Ohio. Went with a dual degree in civil engineering and construction management. I actually work for the contractor side, contracting company called Skanska. They're out of Sweden, big outfit in New York, and they have an outfit satellite office up here in Boston. So I'm on actually a stormwater project right now. It's wrapping up. Pretty high caliber. It's a big stormwater flood mitigation project right in the center of Central Square. It's about a 350,000-gallon stormwater tank that we built subgrade underground. And it's just to help the community. That area is known as the port, and it's experienced the last couple decades just the rise in water, the rise in stormwater, and the utilities that have been there for the decades and somewhat centuries aren't able to meet the demands of the consumers. But yeah, happy to be here. Looking forward to what I can take part in and help out as needed, and yeah.
That's great. Very good.
Nice.
So any questions for Ned?
I just want to say I love that you're willing to step up. It's one thing that we've talked about. We have a lot of volunteers, but it's nice to see someone your age and willing to volunteer and be part of this, because it's very important that we include your age group in the decisions that we're making for our community.
Yeah, absolutely. I second that, and you're doing a service. You're reducing the average age of the Stormwater Committee, so.
Happy to help.
So, if there's no other questions for Ned, entertain a vote to appoint.
I move that we appoint Edward Ned Breed to the Stormwater Advisory Committee to a term that will expire on 8/31/22.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0. Congratulations, and
Thank you.
welcome aboard.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for stepping up.
And you will find it's a little bit different here than the North Shore, but you'll grow to love it.
Yes, yeah, I already have. So.
Good.
There you go.
Very
We'll
good.
give you a year, you'll end up looking like us.
Good. So,
Again, Joe, what do you?
we are going to move up our EVERSOURCE update at this point, but just as actually coordinated to that, I just want to acknowledge as part of the consent agenda, one of the things we did vote on was a letter of resignation from Kyle Allers from the Sustainability Committee, and just want to acknowledge her in the work that she did on behalf of the committee. So thank you, Kyle, and whatever you're doing, I'm sure you're going to be successful at it. So. So at this point, let's open up a discussion about our EVERSOURCE update. So I'm going to open up this part first by apologizing for some words that I used at our last meeting. It was an attempt at a quip. But, you know, they're poorly chosen words, and, you know, they can be interpreted in an inflammatory way. I recognize that, and so I do want to apologize specifically to the reporter whose work I unintentionally referred to. So I apologize to both Cesario and to, I believe, the editor of the Metro West Daily News is here. Ann, so nice to see you. So again, my apologies for poorly chosen words, and I think you understand the context, though, at which it was provided. So, so that being said, a couple things we want to discuss. One of which is the moving parts we have going on here. We have, you know, Carl Hackinson gave us an update earlier on the Concom's denial. We anticipate an appeal by EVERSOURCE. We anticipate that the board will move to action once we know what EVERSOURCE, the basis for EVERSOURCE's appeal. Second thing that we're involved in, of course, is the Energy Facility Siting Board. That case is ongoing. We don't have any idea at this point when the board will rule. Could be in this spring, it could be sometime in 2020. It looks like potential for a second facilities board case could be pending. Again, we don't know that at this point. And the third thing that we have involved in is the land court case regarding the easement language, pipeline versus pipe. And again, we don't have any clear direction as to when to anticipate a ruling there. So those are kind of the three balls that we're juggling at this point. One of the things that we have worked on, and I'll let Mr. Scheer discuss this, is a proposal from a consultant for a needs assessment. And this is something that probably would be very valuable if we have a second siting board case to work on. So, Mr. Scheer?
Sure. I'll just, if you recall, you know, when we wrote our letter to the Energy Facility Siting Board, probably, 8 months ago, we did state that that EVERSOURCE, we had a number of objections, of course. We talked a lot about, you know, which route would be best and their lack of adequate alternatives analysis, and I think we also talked about the wetlands concern in that letter. But the other big part of it was that EVERSOURCE had not shown the actual need for a pipeline in the first place. So they had not, as we stated in the letter, provided sufficient technical analysis and made their case for this very large and expensive and disruptive project. So that was basically what we said in our letter at the time, and I think we may have talked about some of the analysis that we had done, Professor McKenna's analysis. I think we may have mentioned the letter, and I haven't read it for a while, but so that was basically the gist of it. So, and since then we've discussed going back and doing our own kind of technical analysis that really is focused on the changing market conditions on energy and the actual need for increased gas capacity, and reviewing EVERSOURCE's analysis that led them to apply for this project in the first place, and looking at some of the changing economics and the whole stranded assets concept, and that sort of thing. So the changing energy market and the viability of alternatives, and so to really give us the background I feel we need as public officials to engage in this process. So, having done that, Michael interviewed you. I think you will all remember Elizabeth Stanton of Applied Economics Clinic that we did interview last year, and Michael has met with her again, and she has the proposal that Steve distributed. So I guess I'll turn it over to Michael to review the essence of that proposal. I think everyone's had a chance to look at it, I think, right?
Yeah,
So.
I think I provided it as part of backup. So as Rob mentioned, we had a number of names, and we talked to Dr. Elizabeth Stanton, again, who the board has met before. And Dr. Stanton, well, I'll rewind the tape a bit and just say that one of the things that has been mentioned is really kind of a game changer in this whole discussion is the economics of the project and the economics of renewables in general. And Dr. Stanton's expertise really kind of falls in line with some of the things that we're trying to accomplish. Dr. Stanton was she was the principal economist, I'll get it right one day, folks, at Synapse Energy Economics. She owns her own firms. It's called Applied Economics Clinic. And what she has proposed to do is to do an analysis of the overall need for the pipeline, and using the materials that have actually been provided by EVERSOURCE in the docket. What she plans on doing and her team plans on doing is looking at the methodology for calculating the costs, assessing the public needs for non-fossil fuel alternatives to the pipeline, and then she's going to provide a report to the board, to the public, with the findings of that cost and need assessment. Obviously, we'll go through a couple of drafts of that. And then Dr. Stanton has also offered to provide testimony in case we do need her services in regards to the EVERSOURCE docket number in front of the Energy Facility Siting Board. And then finally, she has provided a cost to provide ongoing consultation for things maybe outside the scope of the EFSB process. So calculating it all out, the report, she's got a number of staff members working on it, about 4. They're going to charge $14,280 for that, and then $6,700 for potential expert witness consulting, and then $3,840 for ongoing consulting, for a total of $24,820. This seems to be pretty much in line with, I think, where we thought we would land on something of this order and this magnitude. So I would recommend the board go ahead and approve it.
And Michael, will that come out of the line item for legal fees?
We'll do, yes,
No, it's okay.
legal fees.
That's
Okay. Yeah, this will come out of the legal budget.
Okay.
Good. All right, any discussion on this proposal?
I guess I have a question. So, back in the, I guess it was spring, when Professor McKenna did the report, that got filed with the EFSB and everything else. I'm just trying to understand how this would be used differently from that, because, I want to support things that will make a difference. I just have this feeling like the needs analysis is going to come back that there's no need for it. And so I'm kind of struggling with how that's going to be different from what Professor McKenna had provided.
I think Dr. Stanton's credentials, number one, are a little bit different than Dr. McKenna's. And not to say that
I mean, both of them are very accomplished in their fields. Dr. Stanton has actually worked as an expert witness in front of the EFSB for numerous projects. She's actually been called as one of those. She also, I think, the depth of her knowledge and the background, I think, is a little bit different than Dr. McKenna's. Again, you know, Dr. Stanton's economic background is really, it's really quite accomplished and quite substantial. So
Their knowledge of the energy industry, direct
so,
experience. Yeah.
You know, I think where Dr. McKenna is coming from an educational and research background, I think Dr. Stanton's actually coming from it from more of a practical standpoint.
Okay.
And I do think it'll provide a different perspective.
Okay.
It will, you know, I think it will follow along the same lines, but I think you'll see a much broader depth of broader analysis and depth of analysis.
And I think, from my point of view, I think it'd be good to have a stronger analysis, one that really reviews their data and how they did it and what's changed or what their weaknesses are. Because, you know, they're saying they need the gas for Framingham, Natick, Sherburne. So is that really true, or are there actions we should take? And I think this is the kind of in-depth research that we need.
And just to extrapolate a little bit on that, it's, again, the landscape has changed since Dr. McKenna has provided his report. And I think that's an important thing to take into account.
I think there's things happening on the state level too. I think that, which I think is probably the most optimistic thing that can happen is, you know, this Barrett bill that's gone through the Senate and is with the House, and it's the next generation climate change. You know, it could really change how the EFSB looks at projects like this, and I think that that's really where the change could actually have some impact is you know, how the board regulates and how they approve these types of projects. So I just want to make sure, like, we vet it and make sure that you know, if we're going to commit to spending, you know, taxpayer money, that we spend it in a way that's really useful for us.
Good. Yolanda?
I guess I just have one concern in that, you know, do we really need to be doing this now, right? We don't know what's going on with the EFSB. Are we, to some extent, doing some of EVERSOURCE's work for them to disprove that they need this or not? And you know, I'm with Brandy. Is that, you know, we've spent a fair amount of money already on legal costs to be an intervener and other things that we've done. And we're going to be making a decision about supporting the appeal for the Conservation Commission. I just don't know if now is the right time to be doing this, one, and two, if it's, again, like Brandy said, the best way to be using $25,000 to possibly find something that, if someone really wanted to, most likely could find the exact opposite on the other side to counter what she may find. That's my only concern.
Yeah.
Those are my concerns.
You know, I would suggest that that this is probably money well spent because we know that we are going to be responding to different events. I mean, that's my gut sense. And I think, you know, right now the siting board does not, as part of their deliberations, does not include climate change as part of the way they they assess a project. Now, I know in the Senate proposal that is a change, but currently they don't do that. So I think any information that we have that can you know, make a cohesive statement relative to, you know, things that are coming up. We don't know when something's going to happen. It could happen in the spring. It could happen. Who knows? But, you know, I think for us to be prepared, I think, is a good thing.
And I would just, to Yolanda's point about EVERSOURCE, doing EVERSOURCE's work, I think you're right. But you know, we've reached this part of this, and I think it's obvious to me they're not going to do that work. And so again, I just go back to, we as public officials have got this huge project, and we have certain feelings about it. We really need the backup for our position. I feel that we're going to take a strong position that, and it's, I think it's money very well spent, and it's, I think, much smaller than a lot of the other funds we've spent over the past 2 years. So I think it will strengthen our position. And, you know, I think in terms of getting the kind of scientific, I don't think there's really a lot of other expert analysis that will be much different than Dr. Stanton's at this point. I mean, I think it's really, unless you have somebody who's really part of the industry, I think things are changing so much. I think, to me, it's kind of like the climate change. There's always, you can always find a scientist who says that climate change is not happening. But to me, this is an analogous situation. If you find somebody that comes in here and says, oh yeah, we need to use a lot more gas now, that they're flying against most conventional scientific opinion. And I think it is also up to us. One of the things that she talks about here is we're going to get a report to look at and review. And we're going to look at it and say, oh, this makes sense, or this doesn't make sense, or what about this? So, you know, I think, you know, we'll have that opportunity to look at the quality of this data and actually find if we agree or not. So I actually look at it, we could be surprised by what she says, you know, and we'll have to look closely at it. It'll be our responsibility to decide what to do with it and how to use it. And I think also, we don't know what process is happening, how we can use this data, whether it's to talk to our political representatives, or to make the case to the public, or to make the case to EVERSOURCE. We've talked about approaching them directly. They're involved in a number of, ironically, you know, projects to use heat pumps and use their pipe system for heat pumps. And meanwhile, they want to expand the gas pipeline in Ashland. It doesn't make sense. So maybe we could get a report and go see them and say, guys, you already know this is happening. What are you thinking? What are you doing here? You know. So anyway, but short money, I'd say, for this.
If I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, I'd like to chime in. I'm far from being an expert when it comes to this. Any and all information is more than helpful for me to making an intelligent decision as what we should be doing. Any information that we've had in the past has been very helpful, and I think any new information, be it, even if it be a different spin on current information that we have, it would be helpful to look at. I mean, you can look at a painting, and if 5 people have 5 different opinions what that painting's all about. The siting board is going to be sitting, we're sitting in the same scenario. We don't know what the siting board is going to decide. So, thinking outside the box like I've always done, one of my concerns would be, we get taxed, or we get fee, we pay a fee to the MWRA for sewer lines going through the town of Framingham and other areas. So at some point, if we do lose this case, and I hope we don't, but if we do, we should entertain taking some sort of legal tool or instrument to see if we could charge EVERSOURCE for running their pipes through our town and collecting some revenue. Just like the MWRA does to us and all the other cities and towns that have pipes in their town that go to their facilities. Just an idea, folks. I'm sorry, I'm out there, but that's the way I am.
It's, I mean, it's definitely out of the box. I think it's something a lot of,
Hey, why not?
a lot of communities, I think, would love to do that. I think it's a little bit different than the MWRA and the Framingham system.
Well, I just use that as
is that it's Framingham's pipes that we're utilizing. EVERSOURCE is using their pipes, so they aren't using. They're using our land.
There's a difference there, folks.
And I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
Well, then let's get working on it.
So,
Yeah.
but I do think, and I've said this before, I think, you know, I don't want to talk about it like, oh, if we lose this, or, you know, in those terms, like it's automatically going to happen, because I don't think it's automatically going to happen. I do think the level of mitigation, and I'm not just talking about monetary mitigation, but the total mitigation package that communities, not just Ashland, but everybody should be looking at, should be a lot more than what we were talking about with Gay back last February. I mean, 3 streetlights just doesn't cut it. And that was like groundbreaking, I think, at the time. And I think we really need to, you know, do they need to fund renewable energy programs in town? Do they, I just think it's a whole other ballpark that we need to be playing in.
Yeah, and realize that this, you know, they filed this in 2018, and so this has been going on for, you know, well over a year, and, you know, I think we're pretty well, as a community, pretty well invested in, you know, in this process at this point. And so to me, this is being proactive. You know, it's not, so I certainly advocate for this. So we can, if we're prepared to act on this, let's do so. Or we can defer it for a little bit. I also want to discuss the No Ashland Pipeline meeting that was held recently. And there are people better qualified than I am to speak to many of these subjects. I think Mr. Litz is in the audience tonight, and he gave a great presentation about this whole climate change orientation. But another thing we talked about, the purpose of that meeting, had to do with the abutters. The abutters meaning the people that actually had pipeline going through their property. And what were the options available to them for becoming part of the land court lawsuit relative to the legal language of pipe and pipeline. And with discussions with our town council, it was determined that there's two routes. A homeowner could certainly file a case on their own, but it seemed to us that the most advantageous thing for those abutters to bundle onto the town's lawsuit. And I don't know if we've had anybody that's presented any interest in doing that at this point.
I have not received anything.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, it was kind of left open. I don't know if the No Pipeline people have at this point, but, you know, it's something that is available, and I would suggest would be the recommended way to become part of this. You have standing, you know, you have a pipeline in your backyard, you have standing in this process, so you have a vested interest, and for you to become part of this would be probably a wise act. So just putting it out there, you know, I would encourage the No Ashland Pipeline people to, you know, reach out to their mailing list again, and so that's another moving part here.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to hire Liz Stanton. So I'll make that if folks are ready to vote on that. So I would move that we approve the proposed analysis as stated in the proposal that we received, and to engage Applied Economics Clinic to perform this task.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Is there a monetary figure you want to add to that?
Well, as in the proposal, I can certainly put it in there.
Well, the only reason why I say that is, I mean, you know, we could go to the 200,000.
No, it's as presented.
As presented, okay.
It's as presented, and she talks about if we do this, then this. That's part of the proposal.
Okay. Right.
So,
all right.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. Any other discussion before we take a vote? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That carries 5-0. So, Michael, if you'll contract with
Dr. Stanton.
all right,
Dr.
thank you.
Stanton.
I think this is
So
a
at this
great move.
point, I'm going to ask Kara to chill, and we're going to open it up for citizen participation at this point, okay? So I would ask people that come up to the mic, if you would please direct your questions relative to an agenda item.
We could everyone stand up so we know how many people want to speak, maybe? Do we have an idea?
That's a good.
So come
Go
on
get in
up.
line.
Come.
Okay. Good evening. Mark
Good evening,
Sony. And the agenda, you just got done with the EVERSOURCE. Yes, new, and have the abutters join in with the town, and have Framingham help pay for the damages.
Good luck.
That is going to happen. It's going to be understandable that it's going to be long, but if you get once you get this apply person in here to talk, any new would be newer than be standing around get an order with EVERSOURCE. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
I just had two quick items.
Sure. Could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, Robert Wallace, Wayside Lane. Been here since '96. Is there
Welcome.
any way that we can tap into the resources or citations that are made by people trying to push through the Barrett bill to strengthen our case and the research that we already have pulled together?
So you're, one more time, you're looking for us to advocate for the passage? Is that?
I think the way the way I understood the Barrett bill, and I'm no expert on it,
Yeah.
was that it had, climate change additions to it, and it went into more detail as to what the requirements and restrictions were. I know it's in process, don't know at the state level what's going to happen with it, but I'm thinking, we're looking for resources to strengthen our case.
Okay.
Can we get to the people that are
Sure.
trying to put that through and tap their networks
Yes.
as opposed to just, going through the Ashland Pipeline Group and other
Sure. So
in-town groups?
So our legislative team is involved with this. I know
Okay.
Karen Spilka is immersed in this, and I think, she would be the one that I think we would certainly, reach out to for, her collaboration.
And the second question, and this has been longstanding with me since I moved here in '96, is there's a lot that happens on the local politics front, whether it's building schools or EVERSOURCE or a million different things that people need to be aware of. And right now, I just feel that we need to put like a way bigger emphasis on getting information, which is what I was going to ask you about earlier. On the slides, the handouts that you have on projects, whether it's building options for the MINDESS school, where the EVERSOURCE project is, a million different things.
Sure.
I know we have a website, but I'm in the tech industry and we can do better than that.
Yeah.
We don't have any sign-ins, we don't have anybody's email addresses. A lot of the decisions, or a lot of the things that people talk about around town, when they find out that things are happening, they have no idea.
Yeah.
And unless there's a story the next day in the Metro West and people read it about the meeting they missed
Sure.
and what happened,
Yeah.
kind of,
Yeah. No, you know.
out in the
it-
ether, which is,
Can't argue with you. I think you bring up a great point. I think it's something that we discuss a lot, how to get information out to people
well, we have everybody's
beforehand.
mailing address, maybe collecting email addresses might be a 101. And I know we have an IT person for the town, but, this is the kind of engagement we need.
Yeah.
There are still people that have no idea what's coming with the Pond Street revitalization project.
And that's been going on for 20 years. And
Yeah.
it's really, so part of it is, I will admit, that part of it is frustrating when,
It's beyond frustrating,
that
because
things
actions are taken and I learn about it the next day as a taxpayer.
But it's been going, so it's frustrating from, certainly from, I'm not going to speak for the board, from my part, when things have been out in the open for that period of time, and people are still not familiar with it, and just not, for whatever reason. But that being said, I think, your points are well-founded. I think we need to do a better job of getting information out and getting it to people. We need to do a better job, certainly, with our website, which is under review. And there's so much information that is, so just take the EVERSOURCE project. There's so much information
there's a ton of it,
to,
but
there's a ton of it.
technology's there. And honestly, what you were talking about later on the MINDESS thing, the reason I was trying to ask you a question was I can't see this stuff. you guys all have it, why can't the townspeople have it if it's cleared and sanitized?
Sure.
So they know what's going on in Minda School.
It is
I
available.
don't have kids in the school
Yeah,
system,
it is
so
available, just.
where? Do I have to start going to meetings on the
So
Minda
there
School
is,
to get 'em?
Yolanda mentioned the website, there's a specific website for the MINDESS School Building Project,
Separate website?
separate
If you
website.
go to the school website, you'll find the links from there. The other thing is, people need to, we don't have everyone's email, but if people want to be on our economic development director's email, on our town manager's email, Michael sends something out once a month that talks about these different things. So if people are watching and they're not aware, you can opt in to get those email address, to get those emails on a monthly basis.
But that's chicken and in an egg situation, because you're assuming all the people that don't get them know that there is a website and they can go there
No,
and get
I
them.
understand, but we get out some information, but it's hard to get out to everybody, because even if you send it out to some people via mail,
Yeah.
they don't always look at it.
Well, look at all the things we send out now, from bills to, the little Ashland directions. I mean, if you're doing a mailing and you're not putting something in it about something that's important to the whole town, you're missing a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
And this has been going on since I
And-
got here in
Could I
'96.
say
And
one quick
we
thing?
do that, we do put notices in bills as well, so.
Okay.
But we need to move on at this
Guess I'm
point.
missing them, okay.
Thank you.
We could do a better job of putting things in different places, different methods of communication.
Hi, Keith Ferguson, 5 Old Country Path. First, I have a general question. I'm sorry if this is ridiculous, but is this public comment section specifically for this agenda item?
No, for any agenda item, this
Any
is
item?
citizen participation.
Okay, all right. Weren't those firefighters awesome? I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, they were.
They were.
So,
We can do that.
about the court case that you suggested that abutters get on board with, is that the land court case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I assume the town has an attorney. Should we reach out to the attorney if we want to get on board with that?
So I would suggest you reach out to our office, the select board's office, through the town manager, to express interest in that. Now, anybody that's a direct abutter would need to have an attorney initiate that process. Our town council can't be, as an example, your attorney as well. So you'd have to have an attorney come and file, I guess, a motion to become a participant, a party to this lawsuit.
Okay. I ask only because I have additional questions and I wanted to know who I could reach out
Sure.
to. For example, as many of you know, I'm one of the trustees for the Great Bend Farm Trust, and I was wondering, could the trust itself be part of that lawsuit? Would that carry more weight than Keith Ferguson, the abutter, joining the lawsuit? I don't know if that's legally even possible or feasible, or even if I could get sign-on from the trust to do that, but.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would carry more weight. It might be a more efficient way to do it for the members of the trust. Again, you would probably need to get authorization from the trust to enter into that.
Sure.
Be a party of that.
Okay,
so.
I figured so. I also had a question about the gentleman from Colonial Power, Mark. So I thought, I was under the impression we had a aggregation contract with People's Power, right? And now
Public Power.
Public Powers. And so Colonial, weren't they who we had before Public Power?
Colonial,
What's the relationship with that?
Colonial is essentially a broker that goes out and does the analysis for us, puts together our community choice aggregation program, and actually puts together the bids for different companies like Public Power or Constellation. Trying to think of a couple of others where they come in and bid on it, and then we choose the best bid.
Okay, and the Public Power option, that's currently what we have, and that is a 100% green option.
That is considered a 100% green option, yes.
Sure. But now Mark was suggesting we move to something that is not 100% green by default, and then we would opt into, individuals would opt in, or as you said, you would be 100% and then, opt out. Obviously the details are not, I'm not good with microphones, ladies and gentlemen.
They can be really tricky, man.
Yeah.
They can be really tricky.
So I think it seems like we're doing all of this stuff to be net zero and green compliant and all these other things. I don't know why we'd want to go from 100% green power option by default to one that's not and then trust individuals to, not that I don't trust people, I don't have trust issues, but you know what I'm saying? It's easier to just be green than to say, well, maybe I'll go green someday after I looked into this somehow. Or, you
I
understand
think
what I'm
that's
saying?
probably the direction we would go in.
Okay.
And I guess the easiest way to describe it is there are different levels of green in terms of how, of the direct connection between alternative energy production and our user base. I think we would probably look at keeping what we have as the standard, and maybe an opt-up level would be going to something that's more like, 75% as opposed to 50%, rec ones.
Okay.
We will have a
type of
comment
terminology.
period as well
Yeah.
for,
Great.
right before
I was
that.
just, I wanted to, it was something I was interested in back, there was a discussion a couple years ago before People's Power, or public, whatever it is, so I was interested in that. Also, I'd just like to say, I'm really proud of the town government for standing up for the environment and going to bat for everyone who's interested in opposing this pipeline and doing the right thing by the environment. And also, Steve, I don't know what you said at the last meeting that got you in trouble, apparently, but...
Well, I'm not going to repeat it. So.
Okay.
You can
Call
watch
me.
the last meeting if you want.
Yeah,
And then
but
you
I would
can-
like to congratulate you on making an apology for that. I think that's something we don't see a lot in modern politics. I could name some particular politicians who would probably never apologize
let's
for
not go there.
anything,
We're having a good
even
meeting.
when under investigation by the Senate and the House. But
Well, I appreciate that, Keith.
so I
Thank
think
you.
that that's really something we should all be proud of. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray Zambuto, 45 Brimstone Way. I knew I should have gotten online ahead of Keith because he stole all my points. But I would like to reiterate thanks as an abutter to the town for the thorough and professional way that you have been representing us. I would also like to thank you for your action tonight. I think you can never have enough information, and having a stronger piece of information on the whole situation of need, I think is something that you'll be well armed to have. Also, as an abutter, my wife and I are interested in joining with the town, and I know of at least one other family in our area that's also interested, and we've just been trying to figure out how to do it. And you've kind of laid out the blueprint, and again, thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Welcome, Diane.
Thank you. Diane Ring, 42 Bay Colony Drive, thanking the Select Board and the Town Manager, Assistant Town Manager, everybody on the staff that has to deal with all the tentacles of the EVERSOURCE project. It's very complex. I can't even imagine how many hours have been spent on it. Clearly, we're spending money on it. I really feel that this technical assistant report will be really positive for us in terms of questioning the methodology, and it needs to be questioned. The economic market is changing so fast. You know, Michael can tell you how many articles are, we're sending back and forth. Did you see this? Did you see that? Because it is just accelerating. And, Rob, I know we've exchanged a lot of information too. And sure. I just want to say thank you very much for, as Ray said, looking out for our interests and for suspending your disbelief for anybody who wasn't sure if they wanted this report or not, and for taking the step. I thank you.
Great. Thank you, Diane. This will be our, Rob, you're going to, so we have two more comments, and then we're going to move on.
Hi, I'm Ann Brennan, Editor-in-Chief of the Metro West Daily News, and I too would like to thank you for your apology. As we talked earlier, I know the fake news comment was not intentionally aimed
I
at
wasn't going to say
Cesario.
that.
But we work really hard to provide accurate information, and it's a really tough environment, as everybody knows right now. And I know Cesario, sorry, Cesario, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. He's been at it for about a year, and he tapes everything. So, it's a little kind of disappointing. And I really, really appreciate your apology. Like Keith said, your credit to your town.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that, Ann. And we had a good conversation, just so everybody knows, earlier this afternoon. And I had a previous conversation with Cesario, and again, that was, without question, a sincere apology. And, realizing, Keith, now Ann spilled the beans, right? But
Secret's out.
I'll listen to the audio.
So can I say something about, just quickly, I know this is, but, I'm really glad the Metro West Daily News is still covering local news in the kind of depth that you do, and also the national news. I think we're really in a situation right now where good journalism is extremely important, and I think you guys seem to be weathering the crisis, and right.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm a digital subscriber. I think it's working. So anyway, I
Well, I
wanted
have
to say that.
I agree with Rob. I mean, you can speak volumes about the challenges of print media, certainly, and but I will say that I do believe Cesario writes a good article, and is certainly in his experience, covering Ashland, has certainly grown as a journalist. So I'll leave it at that. Mr. St. Germain.
Yes, Rob St. Germain, Winter Street. I've spoken of this before, but I want to thank you for voting to hire this consultant. Again, more information is better. I have mentioned before, and Rob asked me to actually send you something. I'm in the process of doing that, about the scoring algorithm, which is badly out of date, and it's what they use to come up with the alternative. I would invite you, the consultant, to go there. I think anything our consultant can produce in terms of an attack point on that scoring algorithm may even help Senator Spilker and the Senate bill, in addition to our case. And I will do my best to get something
Great.
coherent
Thanks,
to you
Rob.
shortly.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So again, before we wrap up the EVERSOURCE discussion, if we can just encourage the No Ashland pipeline people to get to their mailing list for the abutters would be good. So at this point, I know there's a lot of EVERSOURCE people here. They may want to leave at this point, so I would suggest we take a 5-minute break at this point, and then we'll resume with the dog park committee.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome back to the February the 5th, 2020 Ashland Select Board meeting. Our next agenda item is a presentation and update from the Ashland Dog Park Committee. We have a PowerPoint that's on, and we are going to entertain a little bit of public comment after this presentation as well. So, Kara and Candy, it's all yours. Please introduce yourself first, and then
Kara Terrell, President of the Ashland Dog Park Committee.
And I'm Candace Wilson, go by Candy, and I'm the Vice President. Hi, everyone.
Thank you for putting us on the agenda this evening. We're excited to talk to you a little bit about the dog park and where we are. I know everybody's been anxiously awaiting this. So tonight we're asking permission from the Select Board to use a town-owned parcel in Ashland for use as the location for the Ashland Dog Park. We would like to begin the process of applying for the Stanton Foundation Dog Park Grant, which would afford us the money for the design and then the bill. Our request is for land relating to the MBTA access road, which is the RTD, known as the RTD land. Still not surveyed or designated as yet. We'd have to look at, what you guys would offer us, but that's what we're looking for. And Candy's going to tell you a little bit about the process that we need to go through to start working on that.
So, up to date, we've been busy for the last year, or the last 3. But I'm going to just show you a tidbit of what we've done just this year. So, if I can figure this out. So, these are just some of the fundraising events that we've attended and contributed to. We we attended the Metro West K9 5K. And during that process, we created these awesome T-shirts that are available to purchase. I unfortunately don't have one on, I'm sorry.
We have all sizes.
Well, we have all sizes, and this is the lovely T-shirt here. Just go turn around. We had,
Come on, Van.
Come up in the front.
we had 10 to 12 sponsors that actually paid $100 to actually get on that T-shirt, so it was fantastic. We had participated in the Family Fun Day at the Corner Spot. We had a bunch of local vendors that had homemade biscuits for dogs. There was a photo booth with an awesome photographer.
That was probably one of the favorite. Candy Wilson is also a photographer, C&W Kids Photography. No, but she took some pictures of people with their beloved dogs, and that was probably one of the favorite fundraisers that we've done so far, and we'll definitely do it again this summer.
Candy had a great picture of Bonnie and I and Otis, so very well done.
It didn't fit in the picture. This is actually one of the photos of the dogs that I had taken. And this is actually some photos from the Corner Spot here. It was a really fun day, and hopefully we get to do that again this year. Will be a lot of fun. And here's some of my other photos. And we also had a basket that we gave away that day as well. Maybe not a basket, but it was an actual phone call for, I don't know, you can go ahead and tell about it.
Yes, we had some treats. It wasn't a raffle, but it was a giveaway. And people had a lot of fun. I think it was Karen Davis, who's in the middle picture, that won it as well and got some great pictures of her and her dog.
And then we also attended Farmers Market Dog Days. That's an awesome event. I highly recommend people enjoy that day this coming summer. There's a parade, and there's all kinds of fun activities for our pooches and our people. And we also we attended the Fall Farmers Market as well, and that was fun. And we had a booth at Ashland Day, which we hope to do again this year. And we had not a raffle, but a giveaway again.
Giveaway.
Where anyone that came to the booth, they gave their name.
They have to say that.
Yes.
Because if not, the state gets their 25%.
That's right.
I think
So
that's
anyone that came to the booth could enter their name into the giveaway
Non-raffle.
at the end of the day. I wanted to say it so bad, but it just...
Here's our T-shirts.
And this is the T-shirt. And then we also have these tubes, if you see over to the far right. These donation tubes we created are actually all around town right now, where if anyone has loose chains that they would love to
Or
give
bills,
away,
or bills.
or dollar bills.
I have to say, Bagel Table has generated the most money. I'm shocked, but they have very generous people that go in there. We have one over at Dulce de Leche, and we have one over at the Ashland Animal Hospital, and one at Best Friends as well, and Skipton.
In the community center.
And the community center. And Marathon.
And tomorrow's. We're going to give a shout out to everybody. And then we also had at the Pet Supplies Plus Santa photo event, where, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist with this photo, where we had a table set up, where we were getting the word out to everybody about the Ashland Bark Park. And there was a Santa Claus that was hired by Pet Supplies, not us. And people could bring their pooch in and have their photo taken with Santa Claus.
Yep.
And now Kara just created a wonderful
Wearing the same thing.
program.
I haven't seen it since. I'm still, I picked up 3 pounds on the way here.
Ed, I think
That's
we're-
his leisure wear.
Ed, I think we're going to make you stand up so everybody at home knows.
You can see it.
Where we had a lot of people write in on our page that there's been a lot of poo around Ashland. So we thought by getting our name out there would be a great opportunity for us to go around town and pick up in high alerted poop areas. So as you can see, Ed has already, and Kara has already gone out last weekend. It started last weekend. And they collected a lot over at the Warren Conference Center.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and this is really, kind of a push to tell people that there are responsible dog owners in this town. There's 1,800 of us that are registered as dog owners in this town, and we want to make sure that we are known as good community members and that we're part of, keeping Ashland clean. And it was a really good way to meet other people and other people with the same goals as us and to tell them about the dog park. And if people support what we're doing and think this is a positive thing for the town, then they can donate to the dog park committee.
We also helped with, we worked with Town Forest Committee on adding some additional information to the dog license application process. And actually, Kara and I had talked about if anyone needed the dog licensing process is due April 15th. And if anybody needs assistance with the online process, where I'm available to help anyone. I have a couple of dates that I am available that if anyone would like to reach out and set up some time, I'm happy to sit down with you and go through the process online for your application process and get your dog licensed.
Are all the dog licensing now having to go online?
No,
Oh, okay.
but we're trying to make everybody be green, and that's our, let's go green and do it on an online process. So two of the locations that we are looking at is, as Kara mentioned, is the Access Road parcel and the Simpson property.
Our priority ask is the RTD land.
And how much land are you looking for?
At least an acre or more is acceptable. You really need for double gated entry, parking, and that sort of thing. You want to go closer to two acres at least. So here's some information on how, so we want to apply for the Stanton Foundation Dog Park Grant. This is one of the grants that is available for us to apply to, and as you can see, for the design grant, it covers 100% of the total costs of documents, the concept of the dog park, that's like preliminary drawings, any sketch work, to bid-ready documents to send out for hard construction. So hard construction would be 90% for the construction grant, and that would be capped at $225,000. And we would have to come up as a community with the 10% of the match of the budget. Now, Stanton Foundation, since we don't know what the cost of the construction grant is, they do give you a guideline as to what a budget might look like. for construction. So then you kind of gauge how much you might need for that 10%. And then we have the capital improvement grants, and those can be applied once the park has been opened. You can then apply for 12, 18, and those are not maintenance. Those are, you know, if you need to replace mulch or, you know, sort of the grounds that need to be done, fencing, those sorts of things.
We are able to apply for all of these grants sequentially.
Yes.
Correct. Now, they do have some guidelines for the community in the town, and somehow it didn't get on there, and I copied from somewhere else. I'm not really sure what I did here, but, so we actually have some required community contributions. So one of the first things we have to have is land and the infrastructure. We have to identify at least one parcel or possibly two in order to apply for the beginning process of the grants. We also have to come up, as I mentioned, the 10% match on the hard construction costs, and we're also required for any soft costs. So that would be like buildings. So if we needed like a building, say for shovels or picking up the poo in the area or buckets or any kind of thing, anything like that, that would be our responsibility. Any bonds, that would be also our responsibility, insurance, and those sorts of soft costs. And any ongoing maintenance, we would be required to actually maintain ourselves. That would not be part of the grant process. The other requirement they also have is that we assign a person that is an official, a town official, to be the point of contact. We actually cannot be the point of contact.
So clarify that, because the way I read it, it's not a town official, but a town staff member.
A town staff member, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize.
So we would need to identify someone,
Yes.
whether it's.
Correct.
Some of the other towns have used a planning
Yeah, just want to
person.
clarify
Yep.
that.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so it would be a town staff person, correct. They will not work with somebody that is on the committee. They want one person specifically to be in contact with.
Sure, sure.
So this, you consider this to be a park, right? So would
Yes.
this fall under park and recreations?
It could be considered active recreation.
Active recreation. Okay. You know where I was going with the next question. Okay, never mind then. I won't.
And I just wanted to mention another reason that we are looking at the RTD land is that in parallel, the Upper Charles Rail Trail group has also been looking at that area to complete their trail, and we would be sharing use of resources as well. So they would use plow service from the town for their parking lot. We would, you know, hope to share some of those resources with them as well. So it would be limited use of resources.
So you're looking at the lower level of the
Yes.
RTD road?
I think what we're thinking is to the left of where the anticipated Y will be.
Okay. Okay. I just was wondering how that would probably be affected by the potential new school location if that goes there.
Other side of the road.
It's the other side of the road?
Yep.
You have
It's on the
the
same-
solar power.
It's on the same side as the YMCA. So you have the Dunkin' Donuts, you have
Yep.
the YMCA, you have the trail, and then right there where the trailhead could be, we'd be looking to do the dog park. It's
Okay,
before,
so
the-
there's-
it's
so
before the
there's a-
solar.
It's before the solar?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have roughly an acre or 2 acres of land there to utilize?
Yep.
Okay, would you be cutting
There's
down
more.
trees? Because that would be a concern.
So the idea is, in most of the parks that I researched, a lot of that, we do want to keep some canopy,
Yeah.
because we don't want to be in the full sun. No
Right.
dog or human wants that. So we do want to keep some trees for shading. I think that's the idea. I am all for keeping as many trees as possible.
Well, so am I. That's the
Yeah.
reason why I asked.
Yeah.
But the
And dogs love trees.
Stanton Foundation speaks specifically to these kind of just a natural space.
Yes.
Right.
Dog park. They don't fund that, from what I understand.
Right.
So they want an actual
They do.
enclosed space, so
Yes.
you'd have to be very selective with how
Work
how
around
it's
the trees.
spaced and
Correct.
relative to
Yes.
trees and so
Correct.
on, yeah.
Yes. And some of the dog parks that I've actually gone and visited, they do not take all of the trees out, but you do have to unfortunately take some.
Right.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no.
want to get a little more better bearing.
Yeah, I just wanted to push a little bit on that. So how do you visualize this thing looking? So there'd be a parking lot, I guess, maybe shared with the trail?
Yes.
Is that the
Yes.
thinking?
Yep.
And then you'd have a fence, it would be a
It would have to
fenced-in
be a
area?
fenced-in area with a double-gated fence. We'd like to have a smaller area for smaller dogs or senior dogs.
And what kind of fence and, you know, what are the kind of facilities?
So
Are
the
there gonna be
Stanton Foundation
benches?
do
and-
have requirements.
They give you kind of an option or a menu
Yeah.
of each piece, what type of fencing you would use, what type of gravel or pea stone or grass you would use.
No chain link, right? No chain link fence.
Well, I'm just, yeah, what kind of
No, I
fence?
think it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it is.
I think
Chain link
usually
is
they
probably
are.
the most
Yeah.
economical.
Yeah,
It
and
doesn't
I
look
think they're
that great,
plastic
but-
coated chain.
They're coated, yeah.
Do you need to have, to apply for the stand grant, do you need to have the plot literally outlined, or is it sort of just
So-
a commitment from the town that there would be a piece of land available?
And
You do when you submit a letter of assurance, so there is some pieces that you need to submit to them as part of the grant process, and in there it does ask for a sketch. We would also possibly need to get with a landscape architect that could possibly come up with some schematics. They don't have to be to actual size, they just need to be some kind of drawing.
Yeah.
And so all the construction, what kind of construction would you be envisioning for this? Because then that's, the grant has, so what would be
So-
involved? We're talking about cutting a lot of trees and then putting in what?
No, it would be probably fencing, there would be probably a water feature like a bubbler or something like that, you know, a bowl of
If
water.
any lighting is
They
required.
have lighting as well.
Trash cans?
No blasting or anything like that.
So this
that
is
what you mean?
really not gonna be that naturalistic of an area. It's almost like a formal, I mean, I guess, you know, I'd like to push in the direction of being a more naturalistic area rather than a highly altered environment.
Well, it has to be fenced in to be a
Well, yeah,
a dog
I
park.
understand the fencing,
Yeah.
certainly.
So the surface, the
And the surface.
subsurfaces can be a
was just
variety of things. It could be, I think, the ones that I've been to have been more or less mulch.
Right.
Some sort, right? They
So you
drain
have-
well.
And
But
then
you
a
have to want to
forest.
be environment, because again, they're going to be urinating and pooing on this area, so you want to make certain that the levels of the surface is actually going to be drainable. You don't want, you know, because then you're going to create some issues as far as environmental problems, and then also mold, fungus, and those sorts of things. You want to be environmentally as friendly as you can be. So you may have to do some, you know,
So it's like, yeah.
digging and grading into the soil to kind of get it in a way that it's going to be drainable.
And Kara, you talked about this is, did you looked at the Simpson property and that's, what's the difference? Like, why is that your second choice?
Well, I think why we really like the RTD land is, one, the location, there's not any abutters there. Simpson is also limited as well, but there are some conservation and wetland areas behind in Simpson. It's unknown, we did speak with conservation about it. It's unknown if we could get a full 2 acres over there, and the other
I think you
piece.
need a full 2 acres, is that
Right, that's our ask.
You don't have that.
And the other piece about the Simpson property is easy access to it. It's hard to get in
Not
and
as
back there.
accessible.
So
Yeah,
those
the
are 2 of the
location-
reasons.
The location for the RTD is really centrally located in Ashland for all residents.
It is.
And Simpson can be a little tricky. They
Yeah.
can walk over right from where they're all hanging out now with the dog walkers, so we really are going to try to refrain from, as part of the rules, is you can only have 3 dogs per person.
So just to clarify Brandy's question earlier about, you know, actually having a site kind of laid out, you don't need that at this point. You just need to identify
Yes.
a site
Tonight?
location.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
At a town-owned site location.
Yes,
Correct. So we can move forward with the application process with the Stanton grant.
Okay. All right, so your presentation still?
Yep. So these are some of the upcoming events that we have, that we are hoping and anticipating to attend this year. And then these are ways to support us. We have Venmo and PayPal, if anyone would like to make a donation. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have donation tubes all around town.
and we take cash as well.
Really?
And these are ways to follow us. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we have email, and we have a website. We're updating it pretty regularly. So if anyone would like to follow us and see where we're at in the process and any upcoming events, that's the place to go.
Very good.
When does the grant have to be submitted?
Now.
Tonight.
Is it a rolling? That's
Yeah.
a rolling basis?
I think there's two separate dates that they want it to be in by so that you can get it through.
So different rounds
following.
that they have available.
Fiscal
Yeah.
calendar year, so their calendar year, and they only 10 per year is what they'll.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think I
grant.
remember
There's 10 per
there's
year.
like a
There's a
limited
limit.
And it's
number,
from
so
January to December.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, so getting it in early is
Yeah.
probably better than
Yes.
waiting. for
And just
the
FYI,
process.
Hopkinton got one too, so.
So just to kind of frame the request, obviously, the committee's done a ton of work, and so, certainly kudos on that. So to frame the ask to the town at this point is to support the identification of the RTD as the preferred site,
Yes.
and then also to identify or move forward with the Stanton grant to identify a staff person that will be the point person.
Correct.
And also verify that the committee is available and willing and able to participate in the creation of that
Yes.
grant paperwork.
Yes.
Oh,
Right?
absolutely.
Okay.
I am happy to help on the grant process.
Okay.
Yes.
And the reason I mention that is, we have lots of projects going on.
Absolutely.
Staff is.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm not even going to mention Jen and the amount of work that she does.
Thank you, Jen.
I think she'll throw
But
something
again,
at
it's just something we
Yes.
need to be sensitive to.
Yep.
So,
Mhm.
so I just wanted to frame that. And then, at this point, obviously, a lot of supporters here in the audience. I
Yeah.
would open it up to,
Yeah, I just
for a
want to.
short period of time.
Sure. I just want to acknowledge that a local Girl Scout group came, and I know it's hard for them to sit through all of this, but I was really appreciative that they came, and I want them to come up and talk to you about why they think this is a positive aspect of our community. And I'm really excited for them to be engaged in some civic action. They don't have any Girl Scouts cookies right now.
Hi, I'm Carly Larson, and we are part of Troop 82051. And we just have some reasons why we think that the dog park would be like a really good addition to Ashland. So there's not many, there's not really a dog park in Ashland. There's kind of like a place where you can hike around and stuff, but there's not really a fence. And I know that when people have younger dogs, they like to let them off leash because it gives them a better range to have exercise, but sometimes it's you get a little nervous that they might run away and you might never see them again when there's no fence around. And it's a hard, so.
Deep breath.
You're doing good.
And with the bark park, it would kind of help help the dogs and their owners establish good exercising habits, because in Ashland there's many 2-family homes where it's kind of harder for them to get outside, and there's so many roads in Ashland, which is a good thing, but you don't really want to walk your dog on the side of the road because they could get spooked by cars and everything like that. And it would kind of help the owners get to know their dogs more and their habits about what they're like when they're outside, and if you're at the dog park, your dog can make friends, which is fun for them.
Hello,
You're good.
Hello, I am Mabe Musoki from also Troop 82051, and I agree with having the dog park in Ashland because I think it could be convenient to people who live in apartments or people with houses but don't have yards. And I have a dog, but I would like to take it to the dog park to meet some other dogs and socialize, however they socialize. And she likes to run away, so I would like to take her to the dog park to actually let her off a leash to make her feel I guess, free. And I also think that the dog park should be in Ashland because it would be really helpful for dog events, like the people were saying earlier about the dog events. And it would be completely free to go there because that's ridiculous if it wouldn't be free. So.
Thank you.
I'm Kira Cox from Troop 82051, and I think having a dog park in Ashland would be a great idea because, like they said, there are a lot of houses with no yards, and there's not really that many places where they can walk their dogs while not having to worry about them running away or anything. And also, if there was a dog park, if dogs don't interact with other dogs, especially at an early age, they can develop like behavioral problems, and they might not act very well around other dogs. But if there's a dog park, they can really interact with other dogs a lot more easily. And also, dog owners can socialize with other dog owners. And also, an idea is Girl Scouts could help by making a poop bag stand so that there wouldn't be as much waste everywhere in the dog park, and it would stay cleaner. And also, we might be able to have like puppy classes or something there.
Good. Thank you.
My name is Allison Gilbert, and I'm also part of the Ashland Cadet Troop 82051. And I would just like to share how hard my troop has been working on this idea. I also have a dog, and she's a senior, so she's a lot more calm, but I still know that she likes to go for walks and socialize with other dogs, and I just think it would be a really nice idea for the dog park, and we'd really like to be part of this idea. Thank you for your time.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, and I will tell you, it's always a pleasure to hear from our young residents. So thank you very much for coming up tonight.
Nice job. Thank you.
My name is Michael Brogan, 119 Main Street. How can you say no to that? Some of the people in the dog park, well, at least one of them, has grabbed her husband to help her do the poop patrol. And to some of the people in town, they need to know that we're also grabbing nip bottles as we walk by, because there's a million of those around. A point that I didn't hear make, but I couldn't hear real well back there, was that this is not another line item on the town budget. This is not another line item. We're not looking for funding. We're looking for the dedication of the land. I know when I was 13, 1969 is the first time I came before the board. It was like walking into the Wizard of Oz. I was scared to death.
Some of the
These
same
girls
members
got
on?
it behind them now, and it's pretty well easy. So the folks need to know it's not another line item. It's just the commitment for that line.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. And I'm thinking that, Ed, you might want to come up to the podium for...
Yeah. Ed, are you manning the poop station?
Captain Poop.
Ed Perry, Ashland, Massachusetts. I pick up dog poop. And I help with other administrative duties. Unintended.
You're doing yeoman's work, and
Thank you.
if I had a select board coin here, you'd get one tonight.
Mr. Chair, I do want to ask about what's your guys' experience with what's happened at the Warren Conference Center in the State Park, and how does that work with what you're doing? And we've had a number of issues there, as you know.
Yeah.
and
I will tell
concerns
you,
and-
I won't even bring my 2 dogs there.
Yeah.
Right. I won't bring my dogs to the reservation, or the res anymore either.
Can we hope that this dog park will help
So
with
I don't
that
think it's
situation?
going to, I think it'll alleviate it. I don't think it's going to take it away completely. Because again, I think our plan is to restrict dog walkers from
Yeah.
bringing 10 dogs into a dog park and just letting them run loose and not really manning.
This is
and
really
vetting
for
those
community members, and we're not restricting who can come to it, but this is for people that are invested in our community, these dogs from our community, families from our community, and I think the girls made a great point is we want them to be involved, and we want community members to be involved with this. This is a great opportunity for people to volunteer. to participate, and we'll have, thoughts about having senior dogs night or puppy day and things like that, and maybe even a wine and cheese.
Yeah, I'm glad, Candy, I'm glad you brought up the idea about the dog walkers, because that's a problem everywhere.
Major problem.
And particularly at the state park, and,
Well, 'cause that's part of the poop problem, right?
of course it
they're
is,
not
but,
watching where all those 10
I
dogs are
think it's
going.
important that, that the rules include, no more than 2 or 3 dogs, right, for one owner.
Yeah.
But,
And I think you guys know, but just to let everybody know that our board is carefully made up of different people who are invested in the community. We have people from the Town Forest Committee, that's why we're aligning with them. We have the dog officer as a consultant, we have a veterinarian as a consultant, and a member of our group. We have a lot of different people that are on a lot of different boards, so we're getting a lot of feedback about what they want to see. And this is really about what the community wants. And we do want people to be safe. This is supposed to be healthy, and this is supposed to be fun.
Sure.
So that's our ideal.
Good. Okay, stay there. We've already asked a lot of questions, but another pass at questions.
Just a quick one, because you brought up something with respect to the professional dog walkers. How do you stop them? Seriously, how do you stop them?
I think unfortunately, if we're there, or if someone's there.
Signage?
Well, no, you really can't.
Signage rules.
I mean, you can put signage,
Sign
but
in.
they're not going to necessarily follow the rules. We
Yeah.
obviously don't have people following the rules now.
Yep.
We
So,
have the
if
same
everyone-
enforcement as everybody else.
Be responsible.
Having
And-
Donna Walsh, the animal control officer on our board, has helped us a lot. And talking to, having her insight and assistance. She's not there to monitor people or to enforce the rules, but she certainly will have, some input on what goes on over there.
So, like, putting a sticker on a car saying, like,
We talked about that,
Yeah.
but if 10 people do it and then 10 people don't do it, there's no enforcement.
Right.
And that's what we really can't get into. And we're taking the lead from Fido of Natick, and they're, right now they're setting up an orientation for people who want to use the dog park and talking to them about safety, and they'll have dog trainers there, and we're hoping to have that messaging. It all does come down to an owner's responsibility.
Yeah.
And we do want to educate people about that, and we want to make sure that people know that what the expectations are, and they're the same as the law.
and just one quick follow-up. You have an individual who is constantly abusing that privilege of the park. Are there any reparations that would limit that individual from using that park later on than in the future?
Yes, we would have some sort of enforcement. I think it would be up to possibly fining or under the dog officer's purview.
Okay.
Stanton Grant
And-
also, I want to
and-
make a comment though, Stanton Grant does have some restrictions on that.
They
You
do?
can't- Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you're not able to restrict anybody, technically.
Well, if they're breaking the law or
Right.
there's no trespassing or
Right.
something like that, that's the bylaws of the town, so we
Like,
can
I
enforce
think,
that.
I think like most of life, this is self-policing.
It is.
Right?
It's
Right.
self-policing and
Okay.
asking people to be responsible on
Yeah.
dog owners.
You're right.
And I'm talking like dog-on-dog having an incident, within the park itself. I
Okay,
mean,
that's- yeah, that
that's
would
basically
be-
what.
That would be,
It would
yeah.
still fall under the same rules as everywhere else. If
It-
it was a
okay,
dog
Donna.
bite,
Yeah.
Or if there was some sort of finable offense.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would still.
And that would fall under your purview.
It would
Yes.
fall under the.
Okay. Thank you. We good?
Yolanda?
So I just want to put out, I think all of you know, I am part of the dog park committee. I've been encouraging us as a town to have a dog park since I first started sitting here as a select board member. When I started, I had a dog. I don't anymore. But I do feel that there is a real benefit to our community, to our dog owners, to having a dog park so that we can tell people we have a real dog park in town. So will it completely get away from everything that's going on at the Warren Conference Center and the state park? Probably not, but there are gonna then be people who will go there and who will use that facility. I think we have spoken to the Friends of the Upper Charles Trail, and they support sharing parking lot, sharing that amenity. Again, I think all these things that we're talking about, bringing to Ashland, some of the other projects that we're doing, are all things that make us a town that people want to live in. This is an ask for the land. The work that has been done by the members of this committee is amazing. And the research that has gone into the Stanton grant, the willingness to do fundraising, the willingness to be answering questions from people of, okay, well, where is the dog park? Well, we don't have it yet. Well, where is it gonna be? Well, we're not sure. We're working on it. It's been quite a process, but it's been a process that I think has been very positive.
Yep.
And I do have to say that I have slowed them down. I
Yes.
have let them
Yes.
know that we as a board and we as a town are doing a lot. Our staff is doing a lot. But I think this is a time, I think this is something I'm hoping that can be put into our workflow in regards to staff time. You know, and if it's not right away, I understand we're trying to get the process going. But I think the work that has been done, the footwork, the groundwork that has been laid by the committee and by the people who support this shows that it's something that people in Ashland really want. So, again, I have slowed them down. They wanted to be here a year ago to say,
Right.
can we ask for this and can we get the staff support, knowing that some of the
Yes.
changes that we've been going on. So I would just say, if we can consider this, I think it would be a positive for our community, but I think we do do understand what our staff is working on.
Yeah, and that's a
So
testament
it's
to our
not
dedication
Yeah.
to
Right.
waiting for the right time, because
Right.
we do want to do it
And
right.
we've
we
had
wanna-
conversations
Yes.
about this as
Yeah,
well, so
yep.
I would suggest that, you've done, sufficient work to get to this point, and I think, the next step, obviously, if I were in your shoes, I'd have an expectation that we would move this forward.
Right.
Identify the preferred land, and then also, work on identifying a staff person that's going to be the point person. With the condition that the committee is going to do a substantial amount of that
Correct.
Right.
grant work.
Yeah.
So, and I'll turn it over to Michael for comments on that, because again, we're sensitive to the workload.
Yeah, and I think the points that have been made are good points. And you have been working on this for a while, and I think we are at a point where we're ready to take the next step. I think, in terms of staff time, it just means that something else will get pushed back. And I think as long as the board understands that and realizes that, I think projects like the downtown project might be, that's pretty much set. That's going out to bid. But something like the Upper Charles Trail might,
We're gonna
need to take a
arm
little
wrestle.
But,
Let's go, right?
Let's go, I know.
But, the majority of this work is gonna be procurement work, so.
Right.
And we have one procurement person.
I know, and Jen and
um,
I talked about this earlier, and unfortunately, she's our procurement officer, and it kind of falls on Jen, and, she's not smiling right now, but,
Nope, it'll be fine. I have faith in her.
So, but, we can make it work.
okay, very good. So I would ask the board at this point,
I just in terms of the land, it's going to be really hard without having the YMCA kind of surveyed, and then also the Upper Charles Trail kind of surveyed to really pick out, really start honing in on a parcel. You feel confident that all we need to do is say RTD? That'll give us a little time.
Yeah, if we have
General
the
idea.
commitment from the municipality
Right.
that they are giving us the land, that is the big ask.
and that's what they say, they just say,
It says land.
community must
Like a comp-
So it gets
identify a
specific
town-owned
later.
site
Sounds like.
or sites prior to the award of the design grant.
Yeah.
So that's how it's phrased.
Right.
Okay.
And I just want to say thank you to everybody who's donated to the dog park fundraisers, and most recently to the poop patrol. Those poop picker-uppers will go to good use. And we've
Great.
picked up trash as well, just to add to that.
So, as far as the board action, I would suggest that we, basically direct staff that we're supporting this and going into the direction of the preferred site, as well as the, moving forward with the Stanton grant.
Well, I think the board vote is to dedicate the land
Yeah, that's
for the project.
Yeah, to be determined, but,
be determined,
right?
but-
Yes.
Okay. So any other discussion before we,
And should this request be 2 acres?
Two acres.
Right?
We can do 2.
Okay, so it should be in the form of the motion that it would be 2 acres.
Okay.
So that way it's duly noted.
that's fine. And also, I think it's not part of a motion, but, to go to Michael's point about not knowing the footprint of the Y at this point, the trail, parking lots and so on. There might be, synergy for
Yep.
parking lots to be used jointly.
Yes.
Right.
That's,
So,
I think that's the hope with putting it on that
Good.
location.
so let's,
with the Y.
let's
Crushed
have a motion at this point so we can move on.
I move that we approve the allowance of 2 acres on the RTD property for an Ashland dog park.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. And then, in terms of working with the committee, working with the staff, Michael, what process are you recommending?
Yeah, reach out to Jen.
No, it's fine.
Well, we could pretend like they can go through me, and then
Go through Michael, Jen.
let's just.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ladies.
you.
Thank you all for your
Girl Scouts
presentation.
troop. Thank you.
Brought in the Girl Scouts.
Yeah, let's cut the middleman right
Can't
out.
stop that.
All right, and I apologize again, Jen, because we're going to
Maybe
be...
we should hire a procurement officer instead of a communications.
There you
There you go.
All right,
That's
let's,
the best thing you've ever come up with.
Communication /
if
procurement.
everybody can be quietly
That might be-
leave.
Something that we.
Our next order of business is our Select Board Town Manager Priority Project updates. Number 1, Rail Transit Districts.
All right. So really the only substantive update I have about the RTD, aside from we've now allocated 2 acres for a dog park.
Somewhere.
Is to the fact that the UGC project, the United Group of Companies project, those who don't remember or have not heard of that, is a 180-unit senior housing development that is going to have 25% of the units deemed affordable under the state's affordable housing law. This has been going on for a year and a half, our discussions with UGC. If you recall, we just really weren't satisfied with the site plan for a long time, and we kept on giving them suggestions on how they could shrink it and reduce it. And there was just some, I guess, unwillingness for a certain amount of time for them to do that. And then back in the fall, they came back with something that was dramatically improved. And we still admitted that there needed to be some tweaks to be made to that. So the board wanted to move towards putting together a development agreement with the developer, which is an agreement between the 2 parties which outline things like fees and the affordability of the units and some site plan features, things of that nature. We've gone through a couple of iterations of that without the board looking. We talked about an initial proposal. They submitted a counter. I basically told the applicant that I would not be presenting that to the board for consideration. We weren't at that place, but we did have a meeting today, and I think we are much closer, much closer now than where we were. And I expect to have a draft put together for the board's consideration, either by the next meeting in February or more likely the first meeting in March.
So we will defer, we won't even consider the second February meeting, we'll defer to that.
Okay.
The earliest would be the first meeting in May.
Okay.
March. I know you
Don't
push
rush
us.
it
I know
that
you
much.
don't
You're
rush
going to
us.
ruin the deal. So, but, hopefully some good news on that. The 3 things that I think we could all agree that were components of this were the financials, the affordability component, and the site plan. And I think there's a piece of all 3 that people can not just live with, but hopefully be happy with.
Okay, very good. Update on public safety building.
All right, well, the Public Safety Building Committee met a couple of weeks ago with our consultant.
It was last
Was it
week.
last week?
Yes, we did a
Gosh, time
conference call, and we're
flies.
meeting again next Wednesday, the 12th.
The 12th. So we did receive some good news at the last meeting, which was we will have our first set of plans. They're just going to be schematics, but it's our first set of drawings by the 12th, and we'll have an opportunity to review that. So we set a pretty ambitious timeline together, and I, if I have not forwarded that to the board after the, basically the rewrite after the meeting, then I will do that. And it still sets on a timeline for us to go for a vote in November or December. So, and even to do that, it's gonna be tight time frames. Tight time frames. So, but there is movement going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that, and Joe, you can certainly describe it. The last meeting, I thought, was, since we've gotten the wetlands delineation resolved, and we've got kind of the
Get a better feel
land
for it, yeah.
concerns
Right.
tightened up, now we can really determine the footprint of the building and, what the designers can and can't do. So,
Right.
so now we're really into a design
Design
phase,
stage,
right?
yeah.
So that's good.
Which is what we've been waiting for some time, so.
Okay, update on downtown project.
I will let you know that we are looking to go out to bid March 6th, I believe. So it's a month away. So in anticipation of that, we'll be meeting with the construction mitigation group soon to talk about, ways we can mitigate the impact of businesses and residents directly in the downtown area and beyond, people who travel through. There's going to be quite a few steps in regards to mitigation that happen before construction starts. We'll have to have a traffic plan, things of that nature. But so far so good on that. Things are still going well. I think some more good news is that we've been able to incorporate the Mill Pond project that was approved at the Fall Town meeting, and doing that whole beautification project as part of our downtown project. And hopefully that gives us some financial benefits, but more importantly, I think having one designer do all of that leads us to a little bit more consistency in materials and everything. So I'm looking forward to that.
Very good,
Quick question on that, like for the construction, do we expect it to start after school ends? So it would be summertime and not, in fact, like I'm thinking bus routes and things.
That's a good, I don't think we know yet.
Okay.
I don't think we know yet. That's something that's definitely going to have to be factored into any kind of traffic thing. And, as you know, there's probably pros and cons to starting it versus starting it earlier versus starting it later and all that stuff.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I wish I knew. So any other questions on that?
And I would think weather would have a factor in that as well, depending
Weather
upon
does.
what the spring brings. I mean, it's been a mild winter, and I'll be quiet and won't say anything.
Sort of
And,
related to downtown, as I was driving through downtown yesterday or the day before, I saw somebody putting new pipe or wire underground, right on Main
Yeah,
Street.
there's some work going on there, yeah.
Exactly where?
Right in front of Nick's and Purple and.
EverSource or
I
Verizon,
I couldn't
Comcast?
tell. I was driving by and I didn't think to look at the trucks.
I thought it was
but-
cable.
But there was two trucks and they was putting wire underground. Was it EverSource?
Maybe they're getting started.
Oh, yeah, maybe
So-
they're getting started. Something tells me it was more of a localized job, which I really
But they
wouldn't have
definitely
to-
had a trench, that's what I remember seeing.
Oh, I didn't see a trench. I saw them putting it into the manhole.
In the manholes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, moving on, Warren District and Valentine Estates.
So we did get approval, right, Jen, from DEP to go ahead and take down the barn?
All right.
So we're just working
Good.
with our demo company on finding a time and day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please let us know so we
Yeah.
can film it and stuff.
And then Valentine Estate, I think I explained it at the last meeting, but the process that the Valentine Committee is taking is meeting with different different centers, groups, buildings in other communities that have had similar situations. They might have gone in different directions. But we've met with the Holliston Historical Society so far. We've met with Thayer House so far. Tomorrow night we'll be meeting with Natick Community Organic Farm. I believe the last one that we anticipate meeting with is the Josiah Smith Tavern up in Weston.
Oh, nice.
And it's
Nice
been
mix
it's
of
been
things.
really great to hear. There's so many different approaches, so
Yeah.
many different ways these people
Yeah.
have
Out there.
put something
It's
together.
a great process that they're doing, so
Yeah,
it's super.
nice.
Yeah,
It's,
very good.
And I have
So-
to say, just driving by the other day, that it looked good. I mean, it looked, neat and looked like an imposing building there.
Yeah, as much as I really was aggravated when all those trees came down, I think it actually came pretty.
Would have been nice to have
Nice.
kept some of them to keep this privacy and separate between
Well, they
the house
wanted it.
and,
Yeah, they want.
They wanted it all gone. You mean 14 karat?
yeah,
Yeah.
That's for the business.
really? Because you see it better now, but,
The visibility.
Yeah, and you can see the wall better too, with all that work.
Right.
that-
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, it was a different look.
They can always
I was
plant
like, well,
trees
they
right
might have wanted it. I don't know if I wanted it. So,
yeah,
So
I
that's
wasn't
moving
happy
All
with
right,
that.
so that is our update on our priority projects. And on to old new business. So update on the new regulations regarding PFAS chemicals in the water supply.
yeah, and this is actually important. PFAS chemicals are they're what they call lifetime chemicals almost.
Forever.
Forever chemicals. And the primary contributor to these are actually firefighting foam and things of that nature. But they've really kind of garnered more attention, I think, in recent years, just because it's been found in more water supplies, both private and municipal. And we've tested for it occasionally, and it's always been in acceptable levels. But now the Mass Department of Environmental Protection is going to strongly regulate the levels of those chemicals. And so it could be, I'm anticipating that after speaking with Doug Small went to a hearing / seminar on it that DEP was giving. I do expect this to have impacts to us, both private wells and also our municipal wells. Fortunately, I think Governor Baker has included in his budget money for communities to help put together systems to treat this. It is treatable, but it is something that we're going to need to be aware of, and when Mass DEP ultimately issues their regulations, we'll have to develop a plan to follow them.
All right, so just to be clear, there's no current regulations that we need to comply with. They will be forthcoming.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's good that we're ahead of it, we're anticipating, and
Do we know what the levels are now? Do we have any readings as to what they are now?
I'll look what the last one was.
Okay.
But like I said, we attest for certain chemicals on a routine basis. Because they're mandated by our own operations plan, but then also there's some that are mandated by DEP. PFAS is one that's not been tested on a regular basis, not just in Ashland, but everywhere.
In general,
And,
right. Yeah, Channel 4 and 5 did a story
Okay.
on those. And that was gonna be one of my questions, but I don't have to because it's already here. So, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, so talk more about that.
okay, all right, to be discussed in the future. Next item, discuss town council's evaluation process, distribute evaluation forms. Appointment expires on June 30th of 2020.
So I don't know if actually, Susan, did you get a chance to distribute the forms yet?
No, I did not.
Okay. There were a couple adjustments that we were gonna make on some of the, just,
Questions? and
yeah,
stuff?
just language on the questions, but what we typically try to do is do this process through March. And it's this very similar form that we utilize for the town manager evaluation, and we do a very similar process where, each of the board members put together their evaluation, their comments, send it to myself. The chair and I usually review those, put together just kind of a plan of how we talk to town council. and address any issues or outstanding issues or identify them at that point in time. And it's a two-way, discussion, obviously. And we do that in time to where if the board, gives the board ample time to make a decision about the reappointment, which is June 3rd.
I think it's worked out that I think we've done it 2, maybe 3 years.
2 or 3 years, yeah.
And I think it's
the process.
well worth the
It's been
the
helpful,
effort,
yeah. Absolutely agree. Okay.
All right, moving on. Update on the post office. So it was interesting, I had a comment from individual regarding the post office, the viability of the post office. Why do we need a post office? And my answer is for a couple reasons. Number one, anybody that has a P.O. box, I'm sure that has to go to Hopkinton to pick up their box. Any business, that's a pain in the neck. I would say anybody that wants to mail out a package has to go either to Hopkinton or to UPS or FedEx or something like that. So I think, I think the point was, well, in today's world with emails and all of the mechanisms that we have for transmitting, why is the post office viable? So those are my reasons. So I'm going to provide an update, which is...
How dare that person? I'm telling you.
So pre-construction site visit was made with contractors on Friday, January 31st. Now, this is, Jen can speak to this better than I can, but it's part of the procurement process. So the contractors do a site visit, and then they must bid, is the next step, Jen, bidding on the project. So at this point, not sure what the site visit results are, no established timeline, not a very good update, but that was through our state rep's office, through our congresswoman's office.
Yeah.
So.
And it's basic,
I'm sorry. And we don't handle the bidding process. That's not
That's
us.
a federal,
That's
it's a federal feds,
right.
yes.
So,
Yeah.
federal government.
That's a very good point. The post office is not a town building.
Right.
Not a town building.
So basically, what are they looking at? Mildew remediation or something?
I think it's water
Behind the walls.
and
so
and
pretty
mild
serious.
and mold. And,
Yeah, so they
so-
really have to reduce the water infiltration and then remediate everything.
Yeah, I think, don't quote me, I think the water remediation has been accomplished. It's just, mold and all of that stuff that's infiltrated the building, so.
So I did have the opportunity to take a trip to Hopkinton to go to that. So you would think, so the Ashland business is there, so you would think there'd be twice as much staff there?
No.
No. There's like one, maybe 2 people. It's Saturday. There's a long line. I don't know. What? Where is everybody?
Wow, I had a great experience there during the holidays. I mean, they had, in Hopkinton, they had more than enough people waiting in,
No.
waiting on customers.
That's good.
And
They knew you were coming.
I told them. But, no, I had,
I went there.
it
I
was a great
recognized
experience.
a woman from Ashland. I've seen her working
Yeah,
in
they-
Ashland,
the-
but she was there practically by herself. I'm like,
The staff from Ashland has been sent, some are in Hopkinton, some are
Oh.
in Southborough.
oh, that explains.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah.
sent to different places.
So, so hopefully we'll have a post office again.
So the rumor that has been going around, and that's the one I wanted to ask tonight, but seeing that we're talking about it now, that the building was condemned, that's not accurate.
That's not the information we're getting, Joe.
Okay.
We're getting that
All
they're,
right.
they're planning to
Because a lot of people have
remediate it
been
and
told
to
it was
clean it and
condemned,
to
and-
reopen,
Okay.
so.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a good
that's
thing.
All right, so next item, moving on to home rule petition for changing the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board.
And this is just a cleanup item. The board needs to vote to go ahead and send the home rule petition requesting the name change. This is something that was done at the fall town meeting, and I assume the board still wants to do that. So if you do vote, I'll go ahead and prepare the documents and have the board sign them, and we'll send them.
Any discussion on this? I know we
No.
did have some
Yeah,
difference of
I thought we
opinions when we.
had done that. I was under the impression we had done that.
Well, we did. This is the last step,
Oh, okay.
at least in our hands.
Okay.
Okay, we take a
I
motion.
move that we forward the documentation for home rule petition for changing the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board as required.
Second.
There you go.
Okay, if motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0, so we will officially, well, no, the next
to
step
wait.
would be the charter change at the next charter. All
Right.
of the, all
No,
the
the
references?
home rule petition does
Does
that.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
When we do a charter review, then.
We'll just
we
change-
go
we'll just
through
change
and
the
change
language
the
in the
name.
script.
No, the home rule petition changes the charter.
Okay,
Oh.
so we would we would change the
So someone has to
wording.
go in and just
Somebody
change
will
the
need to
wording
go
of the
in
charter.
and change the charter, and then remember, we did two.
Yep.
One was to change the charter and bylaw,
Right.
and then the one
Right.
was to change the Board of Selectmen to Select Board and the zoning.
Very
Right.
good.
So we don't
Okay.
have to wait until a charter review
No,
process.
no.
So, okay,
Very good.
That's good.
So,
Okay. All right, next item, open 2020 annual town meeting warrants.
I'm going to turn this over to Jim.
Just doing some cleanup on the fall town meeting, and now we're opening the warrant for the annual town meeting. So what I was hoping for you guys to do is open the town meeting warrant today, and then we would, for the next month, take notices of intent, and then they'll have public hearings. And last fall, this previous last fall town meeting, we were able to close the warrant much earlier than we had previously been able to do, and I think it made some of the printing of the warrant book and all of those things and communicating with the community members about the warrant articles much easier. And so we have an ambitious goal of closing the warrant at your first meeting in April. The warrant has to be posted by, I think it's April 29th. So we would have another meeting if sort of we needed some time.
we can
We can always make those changes.
Okay.
It's fine.
Very good.
Already had-
And this will be, we'll post this on the website.
Yeah, and
clearly,
Susan
so-
can send it out too.
Okay, very good. Okay, any questions on the warrant schedule, the timetable?
No.
If
Do we have
not,
to
I'll
make a motion?
entertain a motion.
I move that we open the warrant as of today and approve the timetable as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0. Last item under old new business is a revisit to discuss and vote to finalize eminent domain takings
Yes.
at 10 to 50 Main,
Yes.
98 to 100 Main, 118 Main, 128 to 132 Main, and then 4 to 12 Front.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe we actually have the language of the motion that we need to.
Yeah.
Is it, okay.
And
It's
just,
still
and
part
just
of
to
it.
clarify, because somebody had asked me the question, because somebody had looked at the agenda thinking that we were actually taking these properties by eminent domain, this is just for the sidewalk easements for the downtown.
Right.
Yeah, this
So-
is just 2 feet.
Yep.
Yep.
2 feet for the
Just to
sidewalk
clarify,
easement.
because
So we did not include a compensatory amount, maybe I'll get this right today, for 3 of the properties that we were taking easements for. If you remember, 100 Main Street, that was an agreement that we had, or that I had with the landowner there. And then also 128 Main Street was, that was part of the decision. The 3 other properties, there is a value associated with it, and so the board would need to vote to issue that value. The first one would be 10 to 60 Main Street, and that value, and this is a cost for us, I just want to say, $4,758.82. The church, which is 118 Main Street, is $3,947.90. And then Front Street, which is Santander Bank, is $394.79.
How were these
Valued?
amounts, how did we get to these amounts?
Based on the assessed value of the total property, the square footage that we are taking as a
Wow.
percentage of the assessed value.
Why is 118 so high?
Because we're taking a lot of, that's a lot of, it's
You said 2
From the
feet.
church?
370 square feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they have a large frontage, don't forget.
Yeah.
No, I realize that, but I would think
So-
that 10 to 6 Main Street,
Does that include
10
the
to
driveway entrance
60.
as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 10 through 60 has 446 square feet.
Okay.
And may I ask where these monies will be coming from to pay these out?
We will pull it from the legal budget.
Okay.
We had voted on these at town meeting,
Right,
also as well.
Okay.
Good. Okay, so we need a motion and a vote on this.
I move that the board vote to compensate the owners of the following properties for the following amounts for the takings voted on January 15th, 2020, as determined by the town assessor. 10 to 60 Main Street, $4,758.82. 98 to 100 Main Street, agreement between the landowner and the town manager. 118 Main Street, $3,947.90. 128 to 132 Main Street, as reflected in the planning board decision. And 4 through 12 Front Street, $394.79.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0. I am going to add one item to old new business that was unexpected, and that it was a request by our town clerk regarding voting for this year. So the last day to register to vote or to change parties is next Wednesday, February the 12th. You can do this online. You don't necessarily have to go into the town clerk's office. Note that the presidential primary election is on March the 3rd, and you can vote early. You can vote early starting Monday, February 24th, 2020, until 12 noon Friday on February 28th, 2020. So, again, last day to register the vote or to change party is next Wednesday, February the 12th, and then early voting starts on February the 24th.
And that's just for the primary, right?
That is for the early voting.
To register to vote.
The,
The ability to register to vote
that's for
or change
anything. To
party.
register the vote is for,
No, I understand that, but that deadline is for the primary,
Because it's a March primary.
because it's a March primary, right? To register to vote for like town
well,
meeting,
that
town
would be the
election.
first, that would be the first, I guess, first vote that would come up
Right.
after that date,
Right.
right? So you can, and again, when I say you can do it online, you're doing it online at the Secretary of State's office. That's where you're registering.
Can I grab that from you, so that
Sure.
I can use it tomorrow? Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on now to town managers' reports.
All right, thank you, and we'll start with the FY21 budget. We met with FinCom last night in our televised hearing, where we have an opportunity to give a budget overview of kind of where things are at that point. The FinCom also hears presentations from our larger departments, which included DPW, fire, and police. And then also, they usually pick one smaller department that comes and presents, and economic development and the special revenue account was what we went with last night. And then it's also an opportunity to talk about the capital plan and kind of what we were thinking of with that. So it was a good meeting, Steve. I know you were there for part of it. I don't know if anybody else had a chance to watch it on TV. We're looking at a general fund budget of $66 million, so it's about a $2 million increase from last year. Probably half of that is, our 2.5 levy limit increase. 600,000 is from new growth, and this is really, really important. And when we fully debut the budget, I think with the select board, this is something I will point out to because it is a reality that we are facing, that we've been talking about, and it's kind of creeping up. So new growth is at 600,000. 2 years ago, it was at 1.1 million. We've made a conscious decision, and I think the right one, obviously, because I've been pushing it, to purchase properties. And so that has a financial effect in two ways. So first of all, we pay money, so we have to, now we have annual debt service payments if we haven't paid it outright for these properties, but then we also do not get any new revenue from any developments that could happen on those properties, and that's what's affecting that new growth number. Again, I'm not saying it's good or bad, it just is. Mm-hmm. And it's a lot different budget year than what we were looking at in previous years because we don't have that type of new growth. I think everybody understood that. I'll just to summarize that point, we've spent about $10 million on property over the last 3 years. We have kept at least 700 units of housing from being built. If if you look at what was zoned at the RTD, what was allowed at the Valentine Estate through permit, and then also looking at some of the other properties and what they could have been, Niccolo property being, one of them. So again, not good or bad. It's a decision that we've made as a community.
And the challenge is always, finding that right balance between, obviously the financial sustainability part, right? But that's not the whole picture, obviously.
Obviously,
Right.
yeah.
So I just want to comment, FinCom was, I hadn't been to a FinCom meeting in a while, and it's a good group. I just want to comment there. It's they ask good questions. They're but I had to laugh particularly. The newest member of FinCom asked the question about our snow and ice budget. And we budget $285,000 for snow and ice, and the question was, well, but we spend $700,000 on snow and ice. Why do we do this? And it's like it's like an inside FinCom joke, because everybody that's new asks that same question.
Right.
And why is it 285? And the explanation is, well, you have to give it a number. The state requires you to plug in a number, but if you plug in $600,000, you can't go backwards. You can go up. So we've always done, a modest number. We increased years ago. We increased our FinCom reserve account, and a lot, and that helps to fund that at the end of the year when we
Right.
balance out the books. So, but they all had a
Yeah,
chuckle
they had a
over
good
that one,
chuckle.
right?
So did it bring back memories of sitting on that FinCom
I
side?
will tell you, sometimes after one of our meetings. But no, they're a good group, and, again, they ask good questions, and I had a chance to talk to Jack Walsh, who I think it could be the longest-serving appointed/elected official still serving
Wow.
today.
Yeah.
On the board.
In the state.
On the FinCom.
Well, no, in town.
Oh, in
I
town.
don't know of anybody else that's been on
Yeah, right.
a
Yeah,
board or
sounds
committee
right.
or whatever longer than Jack at this point.
How
But,
long has he been on FinCom?
well, he was on FinCom when I was
No, it's
there,
not
so,
16.
and then he was on school committee, and he was on something else before that. So
I want to
he's
say
been-
16 years. I feel
On
like that
FinCom?
number,
Yeah.
that number is.
I was gonna say, because he
Yeah.
hasn't been on school committee for a while,
No,
since at
No.
He's
least.
got about 25 years of
At least-
service.
he must be up there, yeah.
No, I think he was on it in 1990, because when I was
For
on
the
the
first
board in the
stint?
90s,
Yeah,
he was
I
there.
think, there.
I
Okay.
think there.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Make a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so
10
you got a
minutes late.
motion? Okay, all
Motion
those in favor?
disallowed.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, because we're a little past it.
Just
Are
a
we-
little.
Just a tad.
Okay, Michael, you're up.
Okay, everybody okay with the budget?
Yep.
And all set? All right. So moving on to the Holliston Ashland IMA regarding animal control. We've had what's known as an intermunicipal agreement, IMA, with Holliston to share animal control services. So essentially, Holliston contracts with us to provide their animal control services. That agreement was established in 2006, I believe. Maybe it was 2009. I'm sorry. And what's really interesting, I know we looked at it when I first started, and it seemed pretty consistent and pretty fair. And then we've started to get a lot of questions from Holliston about the budget and the services that they're being provided, and almost like they're not getting as much for their dollar. That was kind of the inference I had from what was being relayed to me. So, we started doing an in-depth analysis of it, and essentially Donna Walsh was asked to go before the Holliston Board of Selectmen. I've got a few observations and opinions about that, but essentially, Vin and I said, no, one of us will show up for that. And we started doing some digging and doing some analysis, and it actually turned out that we actually probably should be paid more if you look at everything that's in the agreement. And so Vin took that to Board of Selectmen that night and said, it was kind of an awkward moment, because they're expecting to hear, oh, maybe paying less, and Vin's like, well, no, if this thing is really gonna work, you need to pay more.
What was their response?
I think they agreed, the selectmen agreed. I did get a call from the town administrator the next day, and it was, this, you kind of forced the issue here.
Right.
But it is something that we are gonna look at. We're gonna probably adjust, maybe not with this budget cycle, but looking ahead into the next budget cycle. And I'm bringing that up because the board will need to vote.
A new IMA.
on a
Do
new
we,
IMA.
do we revise that every year? Like, is it something that comes up for an annual, contract, or is it something just sort of on an ongoing basis?
So IMAs are limited to 20 years.
Oh.
It's good practice to review them.
Okay.
It's a good practice to review them. Like I said, I did when I started. It was about 5 years into that agreement. Really, we haven't done it since, so.
So, I think maybe learning something as a result of this being questioned, then maybe we do a quarterly audit to see how, where the calls are ranging from, so that way, if they have any questions, just shoot it off to them and say, hey, this is what we've got. This, to do something of that nature.
We've got a very different structure now. So if you recall, I moved animal control under the police department.
Right.
A couple of years ago, and so Craig, to his credit, made a lot of investment into that. We actually have a part-time animal control officer now. We have a new truck, new equipment. The calls for service in Ashland have certainly gotten higher, but actually Holliston accounts for 1/3 of the calls now.
Wow.
So, I think you're going to see more communication between our respective police chiefs, I believe.
Okay,
about
good.
How that works.
Good. All right, so that'll be something on our screen at some point in the future, so, good. Good. Any other unexpected, not limited to?
No.
Add-ons? Okay.
Nope.
Very good. So it's time for our board reports. I'd like to start with Brandy tonight to, give us a recap of your first experience at the Mass Municipal Association Conference.
Okay. So I joined Steve and Yolanda and Michael and Jen, not this past weekend, the weekend before in Boston. It was a really good experience. I felt like I met a lot of people. I felt that it was a very, the learning curve was kind of steep. It was a little overwhelming, but it was good. I went to an economic development session, a workshop, and they featured Ashland as one of the towns that is really doing things right. They had said that they had featured the Corner Spot, and they talked about our downtown revitalization and the new bridge, the Riverwalk project, and so it was kind of a little proud hometown pride moment. It was really pretty special, which was kind of good. They also were talking about one of the things that was interesting to me was factors that most highly correlated with increase in establishments and things that we could control versus things that we can't control. Like, we can't control our proximity to Boston. We can't control things like Logan Airport, but we can control the things that they had surveyed. The 5 top things were economic development marketing, timeliness of approvals, parking, public transit, and cross-marketing were really those factors that really drove economic development, which I thought was really interesting. And they had talked about something that I hadn't heard of, and you probably know more about this than I do, but Chapter 43D, which is an expedited local permitting process, and it's site-specific, and it would allow a municipality to really guarantee, to identify a spot that they really want to develop. So, I was thinking in our world, as, if when we bring the public safety building online, maybe the fire station in downtown, to identify a parcel, and you're guaranteeing permitting in 6 months. So the process is to help developers kind of through that process. If it at the end of 6 months, it's deemed approved, so it kind of is in everyone's best interest to align and get permits in place. But it's a way to really stimulate activity and excitement about a specific parcel that the town is really focused on. It's a good marketing tool. There were a few other things that I took away from MMA, just some general things from the Select Boards Association. They were talking about about town meeting, and one of the things that they mentioned was possibly doing like a state of the town update, which I thought was really interesting. I know Michael generally does a town manager update.
We did it once or twice when I came on.
Yeah, Tony did.
Yeah.
State of the town.
But I thought it would be good, because I know you kind of generally do an update of things that have been approved at previous town meetings, but this would kind of give a bigger overview of what's going on in
The year
town.
we did it, we included the schools.
Yeah, it was.
So there was a school update and there was a select board update.
Yeah, we actually had select board.
Yeah.
We actually had the select board chair, school committee chair, FinCom chair give present,
And then town manager.
and then the town manager and the superintendent did presentations.
It's something I think,
It's always been on my radar.
it's something I've always wanted us to do, because, and you don't do it at the same time as town meeting typically you do it separate, to sort of talk about what we've done and where we're at with things, and that way you lead it into town meeting, so that as you need the support of the community, they've already seen what you've worked on and accomplished, and then, so.
I like that idea.
Continue.
I really do. A couple other things that was really interesting. They were talking about putting rules of engagement for town meeting up on the website, which I think might be a really good thing to have.
Rules of engagement.
Well, just talking about Robert's Rules of Order and how the moderator's process works and what people can expect, so that when people show up at town meeting.
I know. I just feel like Top Gun when I hear rules of engagement.
Well, I wouldn't say rules of engagement.
I know what you mean, Brady.
But, just some interesting things. They were talking about volunteerism, and one of the things that they had mentioned was maybe doing a community fest at town meeting, where there's tables and people can meet people from different organizations at town meeting, which I thought was interesting.
We haven't done it at town meeting, we've done it, but.
Oh, we've done it, but not at town meeting.
Separately,
And also, we were talking about, maybe making our talent bank form available in different places. So maybe printing it out, putting it out the town clerk's office, different places, including a list of all the. No. Susan's like, no.
Well, maybe not the town clerk's office.
Maybe not the town clerk's office. We could talk. We could figure out good places. But maybe the library, Yes?
Shops.
Okay.
To be determined.
To be determined.
That's
To be
Okay. And one other thing, it was really interesting. So Governor Baker was there and spoke, and this was just sort of an interesting fact, that Massachusetts now has the highest median price of a house in Massachusetts is the most expensive state. The median price of a home is $400,000. Which, and it's also the highest rent in the country as well. So he was very focused on trying to figure out solving some of the housing issues. So, which is same as us. But it was great. I met a lot of people. Yolanda introduced me to a lot of people, and it was a great couple days. So, and that's everything on MMA. The only other things I wanted to just mention quickly is that I am working on the policies and procedures, and I'll send that out to the board shortly. And also, just to let people know, just to remind people that it is election season, and if people are interested in running for office, they can go to the town clerk's office, pull papers to run for office. It's a great thing to do. There's going to be definitely an opening on the planning board. We need good people to run for office. So Steve's running for re-election on the board, and Preston Crow's going to run as well. And so there's going to be some good discussion.
Right now, Steve's the only one on the ballot, so.
Steve's the only one on the ballot because he's got his papers in.
Still a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Still a little bit of time.
So, but.
Do we know when papers are due?
March 31st.
March 31st.
There we go.
So hopefully we won't have the Iowa caucus people doing.
Yeah.
No,
Maybe by March 31st, we'll have the results from the
no
Iowa
app
caucus
involved.
completed.
No, and that's all I got. So, thank you.
All right, so Why don't we segue over to Yolanda, because I'm sure she has some comments on MMA?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right.
So again, as Brandy said, I always enjoy going. I always learn something new. It's always great meeting with colleagues and people who I've been working with through MAPC, MMA. So it's been good. I went to a session on social media. I didn't get some of the questions answered, but there are some things that I'd like us to look at in regards to some of our policies and how we're using social media as individuals as well as the town and stuff. So I think at some point, we'll want to do a retreat and talk about that and get that out for us ourselves as well as boards and committees that we appoint.
So I'll just interject because I think, if I'm not mistaken, part of the policies and procedures will have a social media component.
Yeah.
So
Yes. Yeah.
we'll defer all that to a retreat
Yes.
once we.
Yep.
Although it isn't super specific, I mean, it's a policy, so it's not
Yeah.
super
Right.
specific, so if there's things
Right.
that we
There's
want
Well,
to.
this is a draft, so it's going to be
There's
open
some
for
stuff that
discussion.
I think we
Right.
can include that will make
And
it.
tweaking.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And just last thing, it's always good, regarding MMA, it's always great hearing from the governor. And he was pretty funny because he had put out his budget numbers, and typically he doesn't put them out until the week or the weekend that he's speaking, so.
Yeah.
So, and then just a couple of other things. I am now a member of the MAPC Finance Committee, which was very interesting. So I hope to, just in regards to how they do their process and seeing what communities are getting grant money from them. So.
It's a cabal.
What?
It's a cabal.
Yeah,
It's a cabal.
so anyway, so that was interesting, and I just was appointed to that. And then tomorrow, we are having the first meeting of the Ashland group, We Love Ashland, regarding candidates forums. So we'll be starting to plan that, and that's all I have.
Very good. So I'm just going to comment, wasn't planning to comment in a major way on MMA. It's always been a good event, always, as you say, pick up something new. My only comment, I guess, is that this year wasn't quite as exciting, robust, I
Yeah.
guess is a good word. I think the keynote speaker was very good, but not as exciting as keynote speakers in the past.
Yeah.
And then, as Yolanda mentioned, the governor was, typically his speech at MMA introduces his budget. This
Right.
year, it was done after, so that was anticlimactic. The trade show is predominantly made up of law firms and engineering firms. So
More and more.
it's, really, and it seemed to me to be less number of vendors this year as well. But again, there's always some good takeaways there, so,
I was able to talk to our Waste Zero people about some positive
Yeah.
stuff, so that was good.
yeah, that's good. So,
That's interesting.
Mr. Shearer, you're up.
Sure.
Waste,
Well,
the people who
well, a
do
number of
that.
us went to the, as you mentioned, the No Pipeline meeting that we were invited to, and I thought that was a good constructive meeting. Well, and we were able to, in the legal case, actually provide, as we did again tonight, some real guidance to folks who were thinking of joining us in the legal case. So I thought that was good. And they had a good panel discussion with a lot of good questions and answers about the future of gas energy and really focusing on the situation in Ashland. So I thought that was a very constructive session. Unfortunately, they forgot to invite the press, so so that was interesting. That came out. So Cesario hadn't heard about it. So I think that would have been a really interesting article for coverage. So anyway, but I don't know if do you guys have anything to add about that meeting or?
No, I thought it was well done. I think there was, particularly Chuck Litz, I think, gave a
Right.
really good description of, the rationale for moving towards renewables, and
Yeah,
so
quite
I
impressive,
I
yes.
think that was good. I was impressed with just the turnout was
Yeah.
actually impressive. The library meeting room was filled, and so it was a good session, and still, I think in terms of, I believe I asked the question, how many people in the room were actually abutters? and there was a handful. It wasn't the whole room, so I think we
was
still need to
interesting.
get that
Yeah, yeah.
information out.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it was good.
Sorry to have missed it.
Same here.
O'Neill, the other thing I just wanted to update you. Remember, we went, Michael and Tony and Joel and I met with the Pine Lake Board of Trustees some time ago, and they followed up with an actual invitation. They want to call all the owners of Pine Lake together for a meeting to meet with us and members of the trail committee to talk about the trail going near, Pine Lake is Voyagers Lane area. So they actually, and I don't know, I don't know if Michael, you had a chance to look at that invitation about the dates. Okay. I sent it, I
Probably
think.
on the dog park stuff. So, no, I'm just joking.
So they did, and just informational, because I think it'd be great, whoever else wants to also attend. They've suggested the dates of March 5th and March 31st. I presume in the evening, probably 7 o'clock. And probably at the library or the community center. It's up to us, I think, to schedule it, but, but anyway, so that's what they've offered, and I don't know if, Michael, that works for you or whatever. We can kind of circle back and confirm that, or maybe suggest another date, but.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to do March 5th if I
Really?
can. Yeah, the earlier the better.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, if that works for you.
That's the 31st, we have a MINDESS meeting.
Well, I
Then
mean,
we
I
need
probably
to
have a
check.
meeting on the 5th that'll be
Yeah,
missed.
and we need
so
to check about the availability of a venue.
That's,
So,
They don't have a community center that you could do it?
what's that?
They don't have a community center or
No,
something?
No, they
Oh,
don't.
okay.
No, we'd have to host it,
don't.
either the library or the community center, so.
But it was a good meeting.
Okay, well, that's good, and, good.
And what else?
That's
That's
it. That's enough.
You're late tonight.
Yeah.
Mr. Mignani, it's your turn.
Oh, thank you, sir. Just a couple of things. Just want to remind everybody that on the 16th, Valentine property meeting, I just don't know the location or the time. At the time, that hadn't been yet determined as to where it was going to be held and the time.
16th, the Valentine property meeting. So usually those are at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.? Okay.
here in room A.
16th is a Sunday. February 16th?
16th. That's what I have written down here.
Huh.
Yeah.
I think it's Thursday, isn't it?
Is it Thursday? It's supposed to be Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday nights.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So that's the
So
13th?
Thursday, the 13th?
Thursday, okay. All right.
Did David give you the 16th?
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
And I did attend the Nyanza EPA 5-year plan.
Forgot about that one.
Was well attended by a lot of residents in town. Ashland Action Committee gave a great presentation, asked some great questions. A lot of questions were asked. Stephen made a very bold statement and comment for the town and the community as a whole. And hopefully they'll take everything into consideration. I don't think $20 million is enough. I would like to see it go up a little higher for my best interest, being on the advisory committee, Nyanza Advisory Council Committee. We're still getting a bunch of DNAPL coming out of that one specific area. And when Lisa met with our group, and it's all public record, so I don't mind saying it, there were 55-gallon drums being filled. That's a lot.
What do you mean 55-gallon drums being filled with what?
DNAPL.
DNAPL.
Oh, wow.
The extraction
Still
system.
at the extraction point, and I'm
Oh,
saying to
wow.
myself, this is nuts. This should not be happening.
Yeah.
So they need to really look into it, and that's why I said what I said when I get up.
Yeah.
That they need to really look at that site a little bit more.
Yeah.
And if CXX or whoever now owns the property by the tracks, they need to understand that there's some serious issues underneath those tracks.
That came out.
Yeah,
did.
and they really need to do it, and I get concerned when we're gonna start digging downtown, and I hope we don't hit something, by the train area when we have to go through it, because we're gonna be laying new pipe, new wires, the whole 9 yards. You have to go down a little bit deeper. So I get concerned and worried about that, so I just hope we don't have to.
Can I just?
Sure.
Because I think it's an important point. So,
First of all, to address that specific issue, one of the things that we are requiring in our bid documents is that, the contractor would have to have a health and safety plan filed. They'll have to have an
Okay.
LSP on site with a gas
Yep.
spectrometer and also have like all the gear on, because I think it's important for people to know the chemicals that are originating out of the Nyanza site, they are not carcinogenic dermally, like from dermal contact. It's through the vapors,
Vapors, right.
that system. But it does, they haven't determined if there are issues with having contact dermally from leading to other things like, organ stuff like that. So the other thing just related to that, I have asked the EPA to extend the comment period to March 31st.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Because that's important, because we need to put it on our
we-
agenda.
we
It
need
is, it really is.
And I think it's important that, that the board, approach this in basically the same manner that we're approaching EVERSOURCE project as well, because this is as important to the town as the EVERSOURCE project. Now, I personally advocated for one of the plans, but that doesn't mean that, A, we're either gonna get the plan or that that's the best plan to advocate for. But, I think we do need to make an effort to get more education out there, people aware. I think it's important. I think, Joe, you bring up a good point about the institutional controls that we put in place for projects in that area.
Right.
And those are built into the, whether it's a planning board decision or whatever, it's built into that process. But, there's a lot to this, and I think particularly relative to the new technologies that are out there. So they've talked about being able to drill into areas they weren't able to drill to before. They talked about certain substances that they are able to utilize to, I guess, distill the DNAPL and extract more of it. So there's a lot of new technologies here, and but I think we need to I guess be the lead, take the lead on this.
So we just
process
can't let
here.
let this just,
No, we don't want
fall
this
on
to
the back
just
burner.
become a
Right.
back burner for, it's,
Yeah, and that's my concern,
Yeah.
and that was the board's concern when we were still in operation at the
Right.
time, to do that. And again, I'm appalled that 55-gallon drums are being filled, and it's not taking a long time for these things to get filled. They're being filled pretty quickly.
yeah.
So that's telling me,
It's-
and anybody, that, there's still a real issue underneath there.
And there's so much information. I mean, you start going to the EPA's website, and you go to, the Nyanza Superfund site, and there's just reams and reams of reports, and none of us are scientists.
Right.
We're dependent on those that know this stuff to explain it to us, right? And, we're consequently, though, tasked with making decisions. But, it really is, and a lot of the things that we get engaged in are they become very, very complex. And,
And just one more final note with respect to stuff for the town. We all received an email from the state regarding Chapter 90 monies, and there was a survey that was done, and what additional projects would be utilized in your town. So I took the liberty to suggest that the state look at our intersections in town, specifically 3 locations: Franklin Road and Olive, 135 by Fountain Street, and East Union and Waverly, especially those 2 that are going to be compelled with respect to the public safety building.
right.
I find it very, very unfair for people who are doing their jobs out there, and I won't mention 2 of the ladies who are out there directing, doing school bus and crossing duties, to be yelled at constantly and being sworn at, being given the finger, having rude comments being made to them that they're the cause of this traffic jam. No, it's not the cause of the traffic jam. If you're coming from Hopkinton, take a look at all the traffic that's coming eastbound.
part of it is though, I don't think 135 is actually a state road in Ashland. I was doing some research once, and I have to look into this further. I'm pretty sure I was told that 135 in Ashland is Ashland's responsibility.
Really?
Like I said, I'd have to double check it, but I forget how. Somehow I got some information that was like, nope, 135, like Franklin and all of that intersection is something that if we want to change it, we have
About
to.
20, I think it was 20 years ago when they first looked at that intersection. It was $5 million back then to reconstruct and redesign that intersection with lights, with working lights, and sidewalks. So that encompassed that whole project. I couldn't even fathom what the cost is gonna be, now.
It's a real complicated issue. It's not a matter of whether it's a state road or it's not a state road. I think people need to understand, it's not just, oh, you put in a light. First of all, even if it's not a state road, you have to meet what's called warrants associated with mass highway regulations. And I think when Manoogian looked at it, it didn't meet those qualifications. I think the other thing, I mean, you're talking about takings, you're talking about reconfiguring.
Oh, yeah.
intersections.
Restructuring the whole
I'm not
thing.
saying it shouldn't happen.
Right.
I'm just, sometimes I think people think you can just flip a switch and make this work. Or like, apparently now we have a programmer on staff, who can do something with like tax bills, I guess, and configure them a certain way.
What?
Yeah, it
It was in an email.
Yeah, it's just, it's amazing what.
I just think about the process for the Elliott Prospect Street intersection to be able to get the stop signs there. And that was very simple in regards to the
That was
engineering and the
brief.
installation. I mean, that was nothing. And I know they're looking at stop signs at Elliott and Fruit Street.
Yes,
And
that's part
again,
of that program.
that's being looked at, and again, there's gonna be some engineering and stuff that has to happen there for that, and those are minor not minor, but the traffic, but, I mean, 135.
They're
Franklin and
relatively
up.
low volume
Yes,
to
yeah.
135.
It's a dangerous intersection,
That
though,
one
and we have to
It
figure
is.
out something.
It is, no,
because-
absolutely right, that's why,
No, I
that's why I bring it up.
applaud you for
Yeah.
But I
reaching
wanted,
out for that.
well,
In Chapter 90.
nothing ventured, nothing gained.
The
Seriously.
governor level funded Chapter
Right.
90. So, which means that it doesn't buy as much as it did last year.
Right.
No.
That's one of the
Because
the
escalating
downsides.
factors go, right.
So, that's something, that we should be strong advocates for.
Right.
Speaking of, I mean, all the stuff that we're talking about, yes, it's all doable. It just takes money, and it
Time,
just takes
energy, and money.
capacity.
Right.
And, yeah, if you want to do this stuff, it can be done, but you need to advocate for more funding.
Right.
Well, maybe,
That's
maybe
the
our
point.
state
That
legislators who.
You need to advocate, whether it's at the local level or at the state level,
Right.
for more funding.
Yeah.
That's where state legislatures should, be on our side on this one. and
But
and
it's
work
it's
on it.
got to be effective.
All right, Joe. what
That's
else?
it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody kind of hits most of my bullet points
Sorry,
here,
sir.
but I'm gonna, I did bring something I did want to talk, and I'm gonna drag Jen into this conversation here, because we had a conversation earlier this week about, our Human Services Department. And the Foundation for Metro West commissioned a study, a report, and it's called Impact Metro West. And the report, it's online. If you go to Impact Metro West, they have a website, you can download it. But it's a stakeholder perspective of Metro West, views of assets, needs, and opportunities. And, it's really good information in here, but the reason I'm bringing this up is because, we live in Metro West. We live in an area that's got high housing costs. It's got, high housing values. For the most part, we live in an affluent environment. And what we don't see normally is that underneath this bubble of affluence is underneath there's a lot of people that are struggling, that are in need, that, whether they're seniors or whether they're new new immigrants to our country and so on. And, you know, this report kind of gives a perspective to that it's a bigger problem than we may, you know, really understand in a lot of ways. So, but it struck me because of a conversation I had with Jen about, you know, our Human Services Department and some of the things that go on there that we don't see, we don't hear about. But the work that our staff does to, you know, to try to help those that need help. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, Jen, but.
So I think actually housing is probably the most difficult issue that our Human Services Department faces. So no matter what other sort of issues that a person or a family may be facing, housing is the biggest obstacle to, so there's obviously, we can refer out for some intensive services if it's mental health issues, but oftentimes it's a real struggle to get somebody placed in a safe environment. And so I know very recently, the story I think you're talking about is that Jennifer and Kara had been working with a client for a number of months and were able to place a senior, I believe veteran, and he was on the verge of homelessness, and was able to place him, which was a big success. You know, it's one story, but I think we weren't necessarily able to have the networks that we've built over the last 2 or 3 years to really work that problem over the 2 months. So we wouldn't have the capacity to sort of work through all of the obstacles and steps. And so I think that was a real win for Human Services. And we built just general capacity and knowledge. And so, you know, we had an incident on, I think it was Friday, where there was a workplace violence issue, and the chief was able to call Jennifer, and she was able to respond and do some psychological first aid for the people who were witness to this incident. And I think that company, we wouldn't, you know, the trauma services was not available until Monday, and so we were able to sort of put that stopgap in a year ago or two. You know, we may not have been able to respond to that, and so I think we're building this capacity that's in incredible service to the community, but it often happens very quietly, and as it should, sort of. But they're a very busy department.
Yeah.
And they are.
Yeah, and I think it's
serving a lot of
important
families.
that we acknowledge to the community you know, that you know, the work that the staff has done, the board has done to build up these services. And you know, a win is a win. And you know, there's probably, for every win, there's probably 10 more that need assistance.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I bring it up. Involved in a cable show with a elder law attorney. His name is Arthur Bergeron. Does a lot of work up at the community center, helping out and so on. And we taped the show today, and we focus on senior issues. And we started the show specifically relative to the dementia-friendly program and promoting that, and we had, you know, we've had a variety of people on the show as guests and so on. And then we're morphing into more kind of general issues of concern to seniors. But we had a guest on today. We interviewed a gentleman, Doug Peck, who used to live in Ashland, now lives in Southborough, but he works for a company called Seniors Helping Seniors. And what they do, you may be familiar with them, but they hire seniors to go and to spend time with seniors that are more isolated, that really don't get out, that aren't necessarily engaged in the community center. That's just not their way of, so in a lot of ways they're interacting, but they're isolated. And this program here, so it was very interesting to hear that particular need. And I would suggest, just based on the number of people that utilize our community center on a regular basis, and Joanne Duffy provides data every month about the number of seniors that come there. We touch very few seniors relative to the senior population in Ashland.
Really?
Through the community center. And so, you know, another area of concern. So that's I want to trying to think of more uplifting way to end the meeting tonight, but, but I think, this was a good meeting. I thought the discussion, the EVERSOURCE discussion was good. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is, the date would be, somebody help me?
18.
Right.
I know it's late.
Hold
Come on,
on.
folks. So the 19th, February the 19th, Wednesday, we'll be here. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.